And we're back. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mill. We're back. We go again. I go again. Hope you're coming with me. The session starts. Your company required twice a day this time around. Twice as nice in your company. One man went to mill. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Sorry, I hadn't even realized I was off the screen. So there it is. My system actually shut down was what happened. Forgetting to plug in forgetting to plug in the computer. So it is in Yoruba land, they say butter onshonjobo. So butter onshonjobo. So there it is, and there it is. Pardon me, are still unable to shake the cough. So holy as guys, I bring you this. So to it and straight to it, the usual protocol. Click on like as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And if you want to join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. Just click on that. So you know the routine. So straight to it, no dilly dallying. TERR0R Mamu is in our custody. So DSS. So this is it now. It looks as though we have a case of renditioning, and certainly from all indications in that terrorist space, TERR0R Mamu intercepted in Egypt, now in our custody, still DSS. So if a name like TERR0R Mamu, certainly any and everything to do with terrorism. And so we get to know him. Things to know about arrested terrorist negotiator TERR0R Mamu. So TERR0R Mamu, the name now that we're conjuring within the Nigerian space, and still plenty of narratives on that space. So this TERR0R Mamu element is actually one of the aides to Sheik Gumi. And Sheik Gumi, as we all know within the Nigerian space, is one of the kingpins of the terrorist space. So he knows where they are, he knows what weaponries they have, he knows what they want, and he negotiates on their behalf and advocates for them within the Nigerian space. So we know he's very much vested and invested in the terrorist space. And this element that has now been arrested is one of his main functionaries. I don't know why my aide, Mamu, was arrested in Egypt. Sheik Gumi moving quickly to distance himself now from the disposable element that has now been arrested. So plenty to go through there within the Sheik Gumi space. ADC crisis. Why we suspended KACHIKWU 17 states chairman. New board of trustee chair Ahmed. So it is the ADC space, and a lot of you that follow this platform will know that we've been tracking this story. So it's raining heavily, so let me shut the window. So a lot of you that follow this platform will know that we have been tracking this story. So this is the latest installment in that space. So we'll bring you up to speed with the latest developments within that space. ADC crisis, why we suspended KACHIKWU 17 state chairman, new BOT chair, Ahmed. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. So let me just start. Let's this. So onwards we go, and on we go, and on to this we go. Adamu will deliver me as president of Nigeria. So this is Tinubu speaking, as though he doesn't know that Adamu wants the last thing in life to be Tinubu as president. Somebody that in the last minute tried to foist Ahmed Lawan on the party as the candidate, and somebody that has been threatening Tinubu, especially after that Emilokon speech. So they know that the last thing in life that the Fulani guy, just a steeped, satiated, and marinated, hardcore Islamist Fulanist, the last thing he wants is some Yoruba man overloading him. Adamu will deliver me as president of Nigeria, a headline attributed to the Jagaban of GBT. Tinubu, we will sanction airlines selling tickets in foreign currencies. Buhari regime, so that space again, the airlines not being able to repatriate their monies, and for having the audacity to ask for their money, threat, of course, from the Nigerian state, AK-47 to everything, of course, has been the template of the Buhari administration all the way through. Will sanction airlines selling tickets in foreign currency, a headline attributed to Aboki from TERR0R. So we leave politics for a moment to go into the human interest space. This is something that we have been developing within the main show. So we introduce somewhat a human element to this. I love the energy and audacity. Twitter user says as she shares screenshots of message from a man asking her out. So I love the energy and audacity, but what has led her to love the energy and audacity? So we find out toasting as it is in contemporaneous times. So we find out what toasting is in contemporaneous times. So we stay with matters outside of politics for a second, for the succeeding headline. Nigerian lady shares her experience with young pure water seller. So Nigerian lady shares her experience with young pure water seller. So quite what that experience is, we'll find out shortly. Kenyan police use brutalization of #EndSARS protesters, other atrocities in Nigeria as justification for assault, killing of Nigerian nationals, Nigerians in Kenya. So we'll treat you as you treat yourself, of course. If you treat yourself like savages in your country, then don't come here to expect us to treat you like human beings. I will not give you the fullness of this story. I'll only give you a sub-song. And I'll show you why. I'll show you why I will not give you the fullness of it. It's just too long-winded. So let me show you, let me share this screen with you. Then you'll see why I will not give you the full readout of this storyline. So if you look at it now, so you can see the headline, Kenyan police use brutalization of #EndSARS protesters, other atrocities in Nigeria as justification for assault, killing of Nigerian nationals, Nigerians in Kenya. So you look at it now. So this is the readout. You see, it just goes on, and it doesn't stop there. It goes on, and it doesn't stop there. It goes on, and it doesn't stop there. It goes on and on and on. So I'm not going to wade through this. This is like a mini. This is a novelette rather than an article. This is a mini book. So I just give you a couple of paragraphs from there, and we call it quits. So we call it quits on that, only to land finally on this. DSS arrest hostage negotiator to call Mamu. So we may or may not bring you that one. We'll see how it flows, because we have plentiful on the to call Mamu space. So that's the menu, rich and diverse as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, relax, take it easy, settle into it, and surrender yourself to the space. For however long the session lasts, you know it's always no holds barred, and no holds will be barred in this particular session as well. The user protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on the subscribe button if you haven't done that already. If the subscribe button is showing red on your screen, then turn it gray by clicking on it. Click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me in the studio space to interact with the talking session. So click on this hyperlink right there. So click on like, click on subscribe, and click share the link to the platform on your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, etc., exactly as recommended by RB here. So do all that and settle into it as we ease in with the K guys.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú iná. mẹ́kọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeche, the care guys, may death have nothing to do with us. So Ikuko Niru Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. So DSS arrest hostage negotiator to CURRENCIES Mamu. Operatives of the Department of State Services DSS have arrested the former frontline negotiator of the Kaduna-Abuja train attack to CURRENCIES Mamu. The DSS picked him up at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport, Kano, upon his deportation from Egypt, where he was arrested by Interpol. He was arrested by heavily armed operatives stationed at the entrance of the international wing of Kano Airport at about 1:55 p.m. A statement by the Department of State Services DSS spokesperson, Peter Ofonaya, said Mamu was taken into custody on Wednesday to answer questions relating to some security matters in the country. This is to confirm that Mamu, as a person of interest, was intercepted by Nigeria's foreign partners at Cairo, Egypt, on the 6th of September 2022, whilst he was on his way to Saudi Arabia. He has since been returned to the country today, 7th of September 2022, and taken into the service's custody. The act followed a request by Nigeria's military, law enforcement, and international community to their foreign partners to bring back Mamu to the country to answer critical questions on ongoing investigations relating to some security matters in parts of the country. The public may wish to note that the law was appropriately taken, the public may wish to know that the law will appropriately take its course, the statement said. Correspondents reported that Mamu was arrested in Cairo, the capital of Egypt, over what is believed to be his involvement with terrorists that abducted at least 62 passengers of an inbound Kaduna-Abuja train over 5 months ago. Mamu, a media consultant to controversial cleric Sheikh Gumi, had said he was flown back from Cairo by Interpol after he was interrogated. Speaking earlier, Mamu said he left Nigeria Tuesday, and after being investigated by the Egyptian security agencies, nothing incriminating was found in his possession. He alleged a failed plot by the Nigerian government to detain him in another country, just as was done to Sunday Igboho, adding that the Egyptian government found that his papers were genuine. The publisher of the Desert Herald newspaper in Kaduna was known to have kicked off a negotiation with the terrorists that abducted 62 passengers of an inbound Kaduna-Abuja train on March the 28th. Although Mamu has reportedly backed out of the negotiation following an alleged threat to his life by the federal government, at least 46 victims of the incident have been released, including a Pakistani speculated to have paid a huge sum for his freedom alongside others. So there it is right there, a terrorist negotiator. So let's get to know him. Things to know about arrested terrorist negotiator to CURRENCIES Mamu. Alleged to CURRENCIES Mamu, a lead negotiator between terrorists and passengers kidnapped on the Alhaji to CURRENCIES Mamu, a lead negotiator between terrorists and the passengers kidnapped on a Kaduna-bound train in March, was arrested earlier today in Cairo, Egypt, with his family members. Mamu, who was on his way to Saudi Arabia for lesser Hajj, was detained at the Cairo International Airport for 24 hours and was repatriated back to Nigeria. Later, operatives of the Department of State Services DSS picked him up at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport in Kano. Here are some things to know about the bandit's negotiator. He is a traditional title holder of Dan Iyamfika in Yobe State. Alhaji Tuko Mamu is married to 4 wives and blessed with 10 children. He is the media consultant to Sheikh Ahmed Gumi, an Islamic cleric, scholar, and former military officer with the rank of captain in the Nigerian Defense Academy. Mamu has been arrested several times under previous administrations by security agencies over alleged controversial publications on his platform. His newspaper company, located at Unguwa Saki, had also been raided severally by security agencies. His philanthropic activities, he is into philanthropic activities for the less privileged in Kaduna. So there he is right there. The face of terrorism slowly being uncovered within the Nigerian space. To call Mamu is in our custody, DSS. The Department of State Services DSS has confirmed the arrest of Tuko Mamu, the publisher of Desert Herald and Kaduna Train hostage negotiator. Below is a statement from the service. The Department of State Services DSS has been inundated. The Department of State Services DSS has been inundated with inquiries in respect of the arrest or otherwise of Tuko Mamu, the self-acclaimed Kaduna Train hostage negotiator. This is to confirm that Mamu, as a person of interest, was intercepted by Nigeria's foreign partners at Cairo, Egypt, on the 6th of September 2022, whilst on his way to Saudi Arabia. He has since returned to Nigeria today, the 7th of September 2022, and taken into the custody of the service, taken into the service's custody. The act followed a request by Nigeria's military, law enforcement, and intelligence community to their foreign partners to bring back Mamu to the country to answer critical questions on ongoing investigations relating to security matters in parts of the country. The public may wish to note that the law will appropriately take its course. So the law will appropriately take its course. That will be a first, of course. The law certainly has not appropriately taken its course with Nnamdi Kanu. So there he is, and there it is. So, but why this international brouhaha? The guy left from Kano Airport to fly to Egypt, to fly en route to Saudi Arabia. So why wasn't he just stopped at Kano Airport is the thing? Why the international James Bond just a little drama? To call Mamu intercepted in Egypt, now in our custody. So I think this may well be somewhat repetitive, so we skip that one. We skip that one only to land on this. I don't know why my aide, Mamu, was arrested in Egypt, Sheik Gumi. Notable Islamic cleric Ahmed Gumi has said he has no information about the reason for the arrest of his aide Tuko Mamu in Cairo, Egypt. The media was awash Wednesday morning with reports that Mr. Mamu was arrested in the northern African country alongside his family members on his way to Saudi Arabia for Lesser Hajj. I am just hearing that he was detained in Cairo with his family. I am not aware of why that would happen, and because the Nigerian government did not charge him for anything or declare him wanted at any time. Mr. Gumi said in response to inquiries by correspondents, but I have also heard that he is on his way back to Nigeria. So I hope to have more information upon his arrival later today. Mr. Mamu was detained at Cairo International Airport for 24 hours and is being repatriated to Nigeria, many outlets are reporting. I was not harassed at the Nigerian airport until I got to Cairo, when the security officials there told me that they had orders to arrest me by the Nigerian Department of State Services, DSS. We were arrested alongside my family members for the whole day at Cairo Airport, Mr. Mamu told Daily Trust. He is expected to arrive at Aminu Kano International Airport in Kano on Wednesday afternoon. Mr. Mamu acted as the lead negotiator for the release of hostages taken. Mr. Mamu acted as the lead negotiator for the release of hostages taken by bandits during the March 28 Abuja-Kaduna train attack. He announced his withdrawal from the negotiations recently, citing death threats from the Nigerian authorities. So there it is right there. So how did he even get the opportunity to give a press interview when he was held in custody is the question. A lot to unravel. Nothing will come of it, of course. We all know that. ADC crisis. Why we suspended KACHIKWU, 17 states chairmen. New Board of Trustee Chair, Ahmed. The newly appointed chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Opposition African Democratic Congress, ADC, and the party's 2015 presidential candidate, Dr. Mani Ibrahim Ahmed, has explained why the national leadership of the party suspended its presidential candidate and 17 state chairmen. The party has been in crisis in recent times over demand by the presidential candidate Dumebi KACHIKWU to change the National Working Committee, especially the National Chairman Chief Ralph Nwosu, who has spent 17 years in the office. To this end, some state chairmen and other stakeholders loyal to KACHIKWU had on Monday inaugurated a caretaker committee headed by the party's Board of Trustee Chairman, Senator Patricia Nkwachiki. But the national chairman, through a statement Wednesday, announced Dr. Ahmed as the new Board of Trustee Chairman, following the suspension of Alhaji Ibrahim Manzo, former national vice chairman northeast of the party. The statement accused Manzo and some other party stalwarts of attempting to destabilize the party through undue negative publicity and various other activities in contravention of Article 15 of the party's constitution. Speaking with newsmen shortly after his unveiling Tuesday at the party's national secretariat, the new Board of Trustee chairman said the punitive measures slammed on some of the party chieftains, including the 17 state chairmen by the chief Ralph Nwosu-led National Working Committee, still subsist. The party chieftain who enjoined KACHIKWU to explore avenues of mobilizing votes to actualize his presidential ambition hinted that their suspension from the party could be reversed by the appropriate organs of the party. Ahmed, who frowned at attempts by KACHIKWU and the state chairman to create disaffection in the party, said their antics would not stop the party from jettisoning the pursuit of over 2,000 contestants of the party vying for various elective seats across the country in 2023. So still not clear what's going on there. So a farrago of nonsense. So a farrago of nonsense. So a farrago of nonsense. But let's go to something that no doubt will be equally nonsensical. Adamu will deliver me as president of Nigeria, the Jagaban of GBT. Presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has expressed confidence in the national chairman of the party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, as he said. Let's take that again. The presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has expressed confidence in the national chairman of the party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, as he said the chairman will deliver him, Tinubu, as the president of Nigeria. Tinubu made this statement whilst fielding questions from journalists during his visit to the National Secretariat of the APC in Abuja on Wednesday. The APC presidential flag bearer, alongside his running mate Kashim Shettima, Speaker of the House of Representatives Femi Gbadabiamila, and other party chieftains were received by the by the Senator Abdullahi Adamu-led National Working Committee (NWC). During the visit, Tinubu said he, Adamu, is going to deliver as the chairman of the party for me to become the president of Nigeria, and I am very confident of that. We are a party strongly determined to fulfill our dreams of turning Nigeria to a very progressive, highly developed, prosperous country. Thank you so much for the good job you have been doing. I sincerely thank you for the cooperation and collaboration, particularly the chairman, for various wisdom and interactions that we have been having together. The big masquerade dance is not in the cage. The big masquerade dance is not in the cage, but in the market square. And that is what Adamu used to do. Full of wisdom, we were governors together before God put us together on this project again. He said, Tinubu expressed optimism that APC stands unthreatened by the activities of critics, saying he remained committed to advancing rapid development and inclusiveness in Nigeria. He said, we are not threatened, we are committed, and we are very proud of ourselves. We are of an orderly manner. We are committed to democratic principles and values. We are not bickering in any way, and you know that. Can you say that of the other parties? We are not spewing fake statistics. So that is pointing at Peter Obi. Of course, that's a frontal attack right there. So the first one was at Atiku, the second one at Peter Obi. So also Peter Obi, of course, notorious for his fake statistics. We are not spewing fake statistics and wrong figures. Can you say that of other parties? Well, we are what we are, a progressive party. It is a new horizon, and we assure them that every Nigerian will benefit. And I am very sure that there will be a refreshing change, and we will continue development in a rapid way. Let the election be over. That is one step. We have to comply with INEC and regulations regarding the elections. When we finish that, we will unveil to you those things that we have for the country, and our objectives, our creed, our commitment should be development, and our commitment to transformation, and our determination to bring help to the teeming Nigerians. Commending Adamu, Tinubu urged party members to remain progressive in their thinking. He further said, to all the members in attendance that day of the primary election, we want to thank you. We have come together as a political party, and we have taken progressivism as our doctrine. We have to be progressive in our thinking, our deeds, and objectives to serve the country. Yes, I admit that democracy is a challenging, very. Sorry, let me see. There's some pop-up. Yeah. Yes, I admit that democracy is a challenging, very hard, and difficult system to manage. We have seen challenges left and right outside the international sphere of politics, but we are determined to ensure that we democratize Nigeria fully and remain a beacon of democracy as the largest nation of black race in the world. He added. So there he is right there, reposing confidence in the man that tried to stab him at the back. Will sanction airlines selling tickets in foreign currency? Aboki from Daura. The Nigerian government has warned that it will sanction foreign airlines that refuse to accept Naira payment for flight tickets. Hidi Siraka, the Minister of Aviation, issued this warning after the Federal Cabinet meeting on Wednesday at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Mr. Siraka alleged that intelligence reports had revealed that some of the airlines were refusing to sell in Naira and instead charge ticket cost in dollars in contravention of Nigerian rules. He also revealed that the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has been instructed to punish those found guilty of selling airline tickets in foreign currencies. The warning comes just a week after the Central Bank of Nigeria released $265 million to foreign airlines in response to warnings by international carriers to halt operations in Nigeria over trapped funds. Recall that media reports claimed that some foreign airlines flying into Nigeria were selling plane tickets in dollars, despite the country's severe currency crisis. The event was attributed to international airlines' inability to repatriate revenues from ticket sales out of Nigeria due to currency constraints. However, the Apex Bank issued $265 million to international airlines after Emirates Airline and British Airways announced plans to suspend operations in Nigeria. The minister also warned airlines against utilizing social media to make their demands rather than going through diplomatic channels. So there it is right there. They want to sanction them for wanting their own money. So that is it. That is it. Not that it is, but that is it. So that is it. The Buhari style. Meidumbu, AK-47 to everything. Shoot it down. Danladi. So a break from politics for a moment to take a pit stop with a couple of human interest stories. So let's see what this one has to offer us. I love the energy and audacity. Twitter user says as she shares screenshot of message from a man asking her out. So here is the Twitter user, outspoken and more is what she calls herself. And she says, posting this not to ridicule the sender. On the contrary, this made me laugh a lot. I love the energy and audacity. Totally looking forward to engaging with him. I am not promising anything. I just wanted to say men. I just wanted to say men know what they want. If you are not it, you are not it. So this is how she's trailed it, and then she's provided like a screenshot of her text messages from a guy. So I'm going to read you out then the content of that text message. Remember, it's going to be one of those if so doxology. Remember those doxology sort of messages that boys used to send back in the day. So this is what the character has to say. I like you and would like us to be friends. So this is how we opened. I like you and I would like us to be friends. Not just hey, hi friends, but friends that can lead to something serious. Business partners, idea sharing partners, faith partners, and even life partners. Instead of lurking around you like a longer throat child, let me spit it out. So he sets out to spit it out. Something must kill a man, and it is better to die following my heart than to die doing longer throat. So, ma'am, you they enter my eye. Just want you to know. Do have a great rest, the smart one. If you like, hear me. I get nothing to lose. So this is how the guy, they say shoot your shot. And I think that is a shot being shot right there. So the toasting ways of contemporaneous times, a man must die or something, and it will be of toasting babes. A Twitter user has shared screenshot of messages from a man asking her out. The man in the messages he sent to the lady stated that he wants to take their friendship to another level, and also listed what he expects they would get from the relationship. He then added his blood group at the end of the message. Reacting to this, at whatever, disclosed that she loves the man's energy and audacity. She also revealed she looks forward to engaging with him. And so this is it just repeats what I just read. So there it is. Yes, it says blood group AA AB plus AA plus. So everything on the list. So she puts it in a bigger font. So I don't have the strength to beat around the bush. I don't have the strength to beat around the bush. I like you and would like us to be friends. Not just hey, hi friends, but friends that can lead to something serious. Business partners, ideas sharing partners, faith partners, and even life partners. Instead of looking around you like a longer throat child, let me spit it out. All death, not death. All death, not death. Something must kill a man. and it is better to die following my heart than to die doing longer throat. So, ma'am, you dey enter my eye, just want you to know. Do have a great night's rest, the smart one. If you like, hear me. That's AIR. AIR. If you like, hear me. I get nothing to lose. And then he puts his blood. He puts his blood type as a sign out. So there it is. That is what toasting is. In this time and age. So that is what toasting is in this time and age. So let's go on to the next one. Only two more. This one also a human interest story. Nigerian lady shares her experience with young pear water seller. So let's see what the experience was exactly. A Nigerian lady has shared her experience with a young pear water seller she recently met. Abiso Abiso LA revealed that she met the boy who was crying after the bowl he uses for hawking broke. She said after asking the young hawker how much everything cost, he told her 1,500. However, while on their way to a nearby POS outlet to withdraw and give him the money, a man shouted from his car, "Now every day your rubber they break," and he told her how the boy is always there every day with wasted water and broken plastic. Apparently, this meant the boy has been deceiving people with broken plastic and wasted pure water, she said. So this is quite, it's just so sad. You know, you can't even be a do-gooder in Nigeria anymore because even do-gooding now is a scam area. So this is her tweet. He says, I was on my way to school when I saw this little boy crying his face out. I felt sorry for him. I asked him how much everything that wasted, and he said 1,500. I only had 500 on me. I gave him and had it in mind to go and withdraw from the POS and give him the rest until this man in traffic wind down his car glass and said, "Now every day your rubber they break." And he told me how the boy is always there every day with wasted water and broken plastic. Apparently, this boy is deceiving people with that broken plastic and wasted water. I just said Nawa and left there. Funniest part, before I crossed to the other side, I saw a lot of people hooked in traffic giving him money too. Nigerians are so kind, to be honest, but I guess it is the boy's tactics. The boy can't speak English. Had to call his friend to do interpreter. So there it is right there. Let's start them young in the 419 space. So start them young in the 419 space. So this now the final readout. And I'm just to forewarn you, I probably only read 3 paragraphs from this because it's a booklet, this piece. Kenyan, so this is the last readout, and then we say who's in the room. Kenyan police use brutalization of hashtag NSAS protesters, other atrocities in Nigeria as justification to assault, killing of Nigerian nationals. So Nigerians in Kenya. Some Nigerian nationals in Kenya also Some Nigerian nationals in Kenya also blame the alleged negligence of the Nigerian High Commission in the East African country for the targeted killings and forceful disappearance of Nigerians they say are going on in the country. One of the justifications Kenyan police officers give for assaulting Nigerians in their country is that Nigerian police treat Nigerians worse. Nigerians in Kenya have told correspondents. Correspondents learned that some Kenyan police officers go as far as making reference to the harsh treatment of protesters during the hashtag NSAS protest of October 2020, when some protesters were killed across the country and several others were injured. Many protesters were also arrested and detained, with some still languishing in detention almost 2 years later. Some Nigerians in Kenya also capitalized on the Nigerian government's negligence and failure to defend the interests of its nationals abroad to brutalize and assault Nigerians in the country. Some Nigerian nationals in Kenya also blame the alleged negligence of the Nigerian High Commission in the East African country for the targeted killings and forceful disappearance of Nigerians they say are going on in the country. Anthony Annan-Monye, a Nigerian victim of police brutality in Kenya, who narrated his nightmares and ordeals at the hand of Kenyan police officers, said he sent an official report to the Nigerian High Commissioner in Kenya, Ambassador Alhaji Yusuf Yanusa. So that's the name of every ambassador that Nigeria has in every country, by the way. Yusuf Alhaji Yusuf Yanusa. On November the 29th, 2021, titled Brutality, National Profiling and Xenophobic Attacks, which he described as targeting Nigerians in Kenya. The report was reportedly handed over to Mr. Godwin Ibrahim of the consular section, but it was allegedly swept under the carpet. A copy of the report, which was made available to correspondents, revealed that Anthony was confronted by some police officers in Nairobi industrial area on Friday, November the 26th, 2021. He said he was assaulted by the police for putting on a face mask with the color of the Nigerian flag. The police officer removed the face mask from Anthony's face, handcuffed him, and had him beaten and was taken to an isolated location around the popular National Archive, Nairobi, where a number of about 8 police officers who were heavily armed with guns hid in the dark, awaiting potential victims. Anthony, according to the report sent to the High Commission, was detained by the police officers for over 3 hours. He was reportedly compelled to contact his family back in Nigeria to send him for money to use as ransom. Anthony, who spoke to correspondents, narrated that he was unable to convince his family or friends to send him money. The police officers at gunpoint collected his phone and insisted I must transfer money to them, even if it means transportation money to my residence. After realizing that I am not buoyant enough to fund their request, I was forced to transfer the sum of 1,000 Kenyan shilling, equivalent of $10, to a certain telephone number with the name Whisper Nduki something or the other. He goes on to give the telephone number. I'm going to actually post the telephone number on the screen. If we want to carpet bomb that telephone number to make the life of whoever owns it hell, I'm happy for you to do that. This is the number that they're using to torment Nigerians in. Actually, I am going to call that number myself. Let me see if I can get hold of whoever this is. Let's just try this. Pardon me. Let's try this. Sorry, we're experimenting live. So let's try this. So this is the number. It's plus 254 757 188 357. So let's see if we can get hold of no, it's not going through. All right, you can try that number though at your discretion. It says so this, however, was the ransom that must be paid in order to save my life at that moment from the brutal police officers who roam about the streets in search of Nigerians. He, however, told correspondents that the Nigerian High Commission in Nairobi was furnished with the details, including an official M-Pasa statement from Safiria Khan to ease an investigation into the matter. But to date, the commission has remained silent on the issue. So I'm sure if it was Danladi that it happened to, the commission would have found something to do about it. So we're living in an apartheid system. We're living in an apartheid system. The distressed Nigerian who moved to Mombasa a few months later to pursue a program disclosed to correspondents that on March the 19th, 2022, a set of 4 police officers who chose to hide their identity invaded his house, claiming they were determined to clamp down on Nigerians dating Kenyan women, an attitude he described as xenophobic. Uh, he said he managed to identify 2 amongst the 4 officers as Esther Kombia through the following number and David Mungia. All their details are there anyway. So essentially, Nigerians are being tormented. Nigerians are being tormented in Kenya for reasons of being Nigerian, and that is how they treat you in your country. So why should we treat you any better? DOG, I see you. Ayo, I see you. RB, I see you. Our Abuja correspondent, Solomon, I see you. Thomas going under the name Yoruba Lokon, I see you. And the Kabiesi of San Diego, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. So on to it and onwards we go. And let's go straight let's go to Solomon, who is in Abuja. So we give him the first dibs. So Sir Solomon, good to have you twice in a row. Unmute.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, one man.
Yeah, mountain toothpick. You just chop suya?
No.
Eh?
No.
We're back to your battle.
No, I don't eat anything. I just use the toothpick.
Oh yeah, see, I don't put toothpick is a fashion accessory these days, but yeah, let's get straight to it. So this narrative then of this TERR0R Mamu, who has been arrested in Kenya and deported back to Nigeria, Nnamdi Kanu style, is that making the news back home, and what are people making of it? Or have we lost you again? Oh, your reception, man. Your reception. We can't hear you, by the way. So we cannot hear you. All right. All right.
That's really. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you now. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I heard the question. I heard the question.
So yeah, carry on.
Yeah. The news is not really making like people are not. It's not really trending here like the way it should trend. Like people don't really know, as in I've not really talk about it. But if Kenya should behave like if they are doing this kind of thing in Kenya, it's because of the way our government has placed us, or the way the government, the kind of impression they've already given other countries to how to treat their citizens. Because you know our government don't care. Our government, didn't you see what they did to Nnamdi Kanu?
Nigerians are sitting ducks internationally. There's no protection. He contests the High Commission. They just told him to get lost.
Can you imagine this? Because of the way they see our government, and because of the way our government don't value human life. They can look at what happened in Ukraine when other countries were sending their delegates, even their high commissioners, to make sure that their citizens are transported back to their countries. Our government, look at what our government did. Look at what they were saying. In fact, they were even blaming them that why are they not schools in Nigeria here that they are saying that they are traveling. Everybody is trying to travel out, but you did not make the country conducive for them to stay, to study, or to me. I cannot even advise. I've gone to school in Nigeria here, but I just feel like I've not done anything. because of the way the system is not conducive. So people are traveling to go to school, but when they get there, their government will not look out for them. Our government will not look out for them, and it's not good. We really need to change the way the government works. So that is because of the way our government is. That is why other countries, can't you see, look at Kenya? Can you imagine what they did to our city, the citizen of Nigeria, without 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 thinking, like without even feeling like, oh, this guy is coming from Nigeria. They just treated this guy because of the way our government and the way the negotiation they had in bringing back Nadikabi. So they feel like they can do anything after their government don't care about them. So it's very bad.
You know, the mistake we make sometimes in Nigeria is that we do a lot of things in Nigeria and we think it's isolated to our country. But because Nigeria is such a beacon within the African space, everything that happens in Nigeria, it makes the news right across Africa. All of this NSAS, all of the Nnamdi Kanu story, all of the Tinubu story, all of the Apetobi story, all of them, they are headline news in every other African country, and they are
Of
watching us the
course,
way we are behaving. So the way
of
we treat
course,
ourselves is the way they will treat us, of course, when we turn up in. If we don't respect ourselves, then why would we expect them to respect us?
of course, of course. These are the reasons why you see. In fact, in fact, Ghana said might start treating. Okay, the other time Ghana even did something like this. I think as of last year, they did something like this, but it was those people they treated that way, sha, were people they caught that were into internet stuff. So, but the way they still treated them is not still the way they are supposed to treat people. They are, at least, yeah, we know that it
But
is not
Solomon,
good.
Solomon,
Yeah.
do you listen to the news? What they read out, what they did in this instance is very good. They help us to capture a terrorist.
No,
Is it
no,
not
that's
good?
not.
No,
Sorry,
it's not that one. It is
no,
not
no,
the
no,
one
that's
is
not
he's
what he's
talking about
talking
is in
about.
Egypt.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
one he talked about is
No,
in
no,
the
no,
terrorist zone is in
no.
Egypt.
Don't worry about that. Carry on, Solomon. Carry on.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. The one he's
No,
talking, if he's a
don't,
terrorist.
no, leave that one. Just carry on what you were saying. I don't think you understood where you were. Carry on.
Okay, so the way they treated those guys is not like I'm not justifying these boys they caught in Ghana. I'm not justifying their action, but there is a way. In fact, when you get this kind of people, you immediately alert their government or their representative in your country. That is a high commissioner that look or that look you've gotten some of their people, look at the crime they committed, and you hand them over, not you coming to start treating them anyhow. You start manhandling them. It is not the right thing to do, because if you imagine now they
Solomon.
get, yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
as a matter of fact, it's not even they don't even have to hand over. They can even sentence them if they need to sentence them. Is the way they undo Nigerians. If you look even far back, 5 years, 7 years ago, if you look at the story of Malaysians, how they started treating Nigerians too, fine, all these cases, most of our people are the ones even bringing those things to themselves because of how they live their life, what they choose to do. But the way they treat them, did you see the videos from Malaysia? How they will beat these boys to stupor, that they are almost half dead, safe. So I think a lot is have to do with our Nigerian fellows all over the world. Look at Dubai, look at the way they bust onto the street. Moreover, and my own thinking is they are even using that to affect the good ones, because there are other good Nigerians that are doing well, doing the right thing and living right. But
Yeah.
fine, I agree with you. Our government is the way they treat us. But honestly, I think our Nigerians around the world too, some of them do a lot of things that brings all these things
Oh,
to them.
all right. Thank you. So back to you, Solomon.
Yeah. What he said is a very big point. Like our own fault. We have our own fault. Like most people have their own fault. Like they like that one in Dubai. Can you how will you be in another man's country and you behaving like the thing you practice in your own country, you take it down there and you were like as if is your own father's land, like is your own country, where you are supposed to comport yourself and representing your country is not only when you are in an institution. And it's not only when you as a citizen, as a citizen, you should represent your country. You are like a representative of your country in any country you are in another country. So you have to behave well, and so that they can say good about you. That one is still boils down to the orientation they need to give to every Nigerian again. We need to really have a proper orientation as Nigerians.
All right, thank you. Let me take you to the main headline then. So a guy called TERR0R Mamu, he was arrested at the airport in Egypt, and he was repatriated back to Nigeria at the request of the DSS. So this TERR0R Mamu, he's one of the aides to Sheik Gumi, and he was one of the key negotiators between the Nigerian government and the bandits that carried out the Kaduna Abuja incident. So he has been arrested. Is that making the news? And what are people making of it?
Yeah, I saw the news. I think there is where they said was he linked to the terrorists?
Yes, it was their negotiator.
Can you see? You see how the Egypt now, what they did is right in this kind of scenario now that they repatriated him back to Nigeria. Is a very good effort that they've made in helping Nigeria. But the thing there is that the people that they are helping, are they ready to help themselves? That is the Nigerian government. These people, he traveled was it not from Nigeria? He traveled to Egypt, and it was officials in the airport that officials in the airport that granted him the pass.
Yeah, that's what puzzles me. So he left the Nigerian airport to go through Egypt on his way to Saudi Arabia. So why did they pass through the Nigerian airport uninterrupted? Only for them then to be sending international Interpol after him in Egypt. Why all the drama?
So this is what I'm trying to say here is that I feel this current government, sorry to say, knows what is going on, but they have their own agreement. There's something that is going on between them and these people, because you can't tell me that these kind of people are working freely and you are not even questioning them. You are not okay. Now they've repatriated this guy. What do you think the government will do? They will not do anything. The Sheik Gumi might even go to the DSS and tell them that this guy is innocent, that he's only trying to. They will just know how they will maneuver their way and they will release this guy, of which these people are supposed to be questioned. You just feel comfortable, go there, negotiate. Who are you to negotiate with them? What military background do you have? Like, or as in, are you an inspector? You going to negotiate with these people? And so the Egypt government, they already know that they believe that these people have hand in this thing. So that is why they were able to repatriate him, to arrest him and repatriate him back to Nigeria. But the Nigerian government, I'm sorry to say, this thing is just the arrest. It was just, in fact, they just brought them back to their peaceful home. They just brought them back to their peaceful home.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Solomon. So Solomon, let me take you outside of politics. Nigerian lady shares her experience with a young pure water seller. So it was the narrative of this little boy. It was around about, it can't be more than 12 years old, thereabout. So he was standing with a broken plastic and pure water on the floor, crying. And this lady saw him, of course, as you know, Nigerians, you don't like to see children in distress. She asked him what happened. Of course, the story tells itself. And then she then proceeded to say, let's go to the ATM and I'll get you some money to pay for everything. So they were on the way to the ATM when somebody shouted out of his car that, is it every day that your your plastic gets broken and your water falls? So apparently this is the scam that this boy is running. 12-year-old boy, this is the scam that is running to just pretend like she's dropped water, and it's just so that lady will go and give him 1.5. He will wait for her to go, carry on crying. Another person gives him 1.5. Can you imagine the sort of that guy will be walking away 100K a day? So are you there with the scam though? The scam. Actually, sorry. Let me share you the screen. Let me give you a screenshot of the boy, so you see just how young he is. And this is really what they used to tug at the heartstrings of Nigerians. It's a real travesty, because if I was that lady, I would have done exactly the same thing. That how much is 1,500? That a little boy would be so distressed. So that's the boy. That's the boy in question. Look at that, and that is a scam. So what are you making of that, Solomon? Solomon.
In Nigeria, yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Carry on.
Hello,
we can carry on. Your system is really frustrating, but carry on. We can hear you now.
There is this so there was somebody I was talking to one day, and the person was like, "Oh, in Nigeria, yeah, the only person you can vouch for now in Nigeria is just a newborn baby that they just give birth to newly. That is the only innocent person you can just say, this one is innocent. But the rest, but I don't still blame these people. But at a time too, we need to still blame at a young age. How will a small child like this be so dubious that he would start scamming people? Because this is a scam. You would come and drop broken. You would pour your water on the ground and start showing your broken plastic. Broken plastic for people to start having this pity side of for you and be donate and be giving and just dash you money. And it's not the guy he did not try it, and it's something he has seen, because his idea that he has seen from people that made him to start doing that kind of thing. He can't just come out and start doing that, so carrying out such acts. It's something he has seen that people, or it's an idea that they've given to him.
No, he's not working alone, certainly, no. Because I don't think a 12-year-old boy has the.
In fact, this thing now has
you know when you see them begging with babies in Nigeria, sometimes they rent those babies to go begging.
There are some scenarios that I've seen that made me stop. If on the road, stop giving money to people. That is those people you see on the road asking for money. I stop, because some of them are not even. I've heard things that, like, some of them, they are just wicked. They may use your money and do another thing. So if you want to help people, I think you should just go to the orphanage and go and help them.
All right.
You're a giver.
All right, thank you, Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. Just because your system is so stop-start, let's go on from you to San Diego, who is in America. Okay. So hopefully we get a better reception. So you're up next, San Diego. If you can unmute, and then we take you very straight away to the terrorist space. So DSS arrest hostage negotiator to call Mamu. So to call Mamu, hold on. Yeah, so they arrest this guy. So let's start it off from there. So similar to the Nnamdi Kanu narrative, but a bit more civilized through the Interpol space, arrested and repatriated to Nigeria. What are you making of that news, San Diego?
Yeah, it's very disheartening, to the Nigerian situation. I mean, just like other countries, are doing your job for you. I mean, that happened to Nnamdi Kanu. This is an Interpol. I mean, I'm trying to figure out, did they put the name in the Interpol on the international fugitive list before they can track him in Egypt? I don't know, but that could be the case for the Egyptian to track him and bring him back. But my point I'm trying to make is that the Nigerians, the Nigerian defense or, DSS, they don't really do nothing, or they intentionally don't want to do anything, because we know where the law is coming from. It's coming from, Buhari administration. I mean, they know all these people. I mean, all these people perpetuating all this crime in Nigeria. They know that. but they, intentionally, leave them without any kind of repercussion. So now Egypt is doing their work for them. That's just unbelievable. But anyway, one man, even at all, okay, they captured him and he's back to Nigeria right now, right?
Yes.
Nothing is going to happen to him.
No, I don't
Maybe
expect so because this
no,
guy is an aide to Sheikh Gumi.
okay, I didn't know that. Oh,
Mm.
definitely, nothing is going to happen to him because Sheikh Gumi is going to come plead to his defense. When he come back, of course, he's going to say, this is my aide. He didn't do nothing. Nothing is going to happen to him. Because all this cabal in the north, I didn't mean to discriminate that, it's mostly not the Fulanis, elite. I mean, they're the one perpetuating all this, and they have the inside. Of course, Buhari doesn't care. If you look at an example of Abakari, what happened to Abakari right now? They're not going to send Abakari to United States, for extradition. They're not going to do that. And I'm thinking that drug boss, one man, I'm thinking that drug boss was intentionally planned so that they won't be able, because, according to Nigerian law, when you have a case already in Nigeria, you can't send somebody, you can't send anybody, for any kind of extradition. You can't do that. So I'm thinking it was intentionally planned to keep him here. I'm not sure he collided with the boat because remember when he was first cited and he claimed that if they send him to United States, that he's going to implicate everybody, most of the big men here. So nobody wants to be implicated. So that's why they're going to keep him here. Of course, he's not going to US. They're going to keep him here. Is he going to go to jail or I mean, he's been indicted already, but what's going to be the verdict of the case? I don't know. But so the point I'm trying to make is that um, they know everything that's going on. I mean, it has to take a foreign nation to do your job for you.
No, no, I think it was at the invitation of the Nigerian authorities. So I think they put out an international warrant for this character.
Okay, okay, that's what I'm saying. They put an international warrant, but that just to satisfy you and I, just to satisfy you and the
Well, they
nation.
don't have to, but because what would we know if they did not do that?
Okay, are you telling me they don't know where this guy was before he left? I mean, they couldn't trace him. All this technology we have, they couldn't trace him. So, I mean, you may be right, but because of their antecedent, everything they do right now is a suspect. We can't believe anything they do. Even at all they do it, if they have done it right, or they couldn't find where he was before he was before he was arrested by the Interpol. I mean, there's nothing we can believe about that government. So that's what's so astonishing about that country. It's just going to take a complete revolution. I mean, what I mean by revolution, I don't mean going to war. I mean, restructure the country. I mean, the country mentality, or somebody with a zeal come over to take over that country. And stop.
And what are you
Struggling.
making of the association with Sheikh Gumi? I don't know why my aide Mamu was arrested in Egypt. So Sheikh Gumi coming out quickly to try and distance himself from this character.
Oh, he already made a comment.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Because a lot of people, the person that people would really like to see arrested is Sheikh Gumi, who free associates with these terrorists, advocates for them, tell us that the Nigerian state has to create a ministry for bandits and Fulanis, and all of these things. You see him surrounded by all of these bandits and killers. So a lot of people are asking, why has this guy not been questioned as to what he knows about the bandits? Now we are finding out that his aide is one of the negotiators for the bandits, to the point that there's an international chase to arrest him. So why is this Sheikh Gumi still walking free?
They're not gonna arrest him because I remember there was a time about a year ago or something like that. He blasted the federal government or something like that. They're not gonna arrest him, because he's one of the heavy elite in that region. If they arrest him, I mean, all hell will break loose. I mean, because it's not just him doing it. I mean, he has other people with a lot of them in the Fulani, triangle within that area, the elite, of course, this. So they're not going to arrest him. I mean, this is not, I mean, he has done what before? Because remember, he's the one that is negotiating, and he go to the bush, and whenever he go to the interior, to the bush, he always got an escort with the military. Yeah, he been escorted. I've seen some video that came out that when he went to there to negotiate with the terrorists, he's been escorted with some military over there. So he knows where they are. I mean, everything is just a camouflage. Yeah, one man, it's just a pity, when it comes to that country about all this going on.
No,
So,
all right. We will sanction airlines selling tickets in foreign currency. So now the airlines, they sell their tickets in naira. They're not able to repatriate their money, but then you are insisting that they cannot insist that their customers sell in dollars. So is the Nigerian government, are they trying to chase international airlines out of the country's airways?
I thought they have started paying them.
No, they only paid them just a little percentage of an overall large sum.
All right.
And
I
the
mean,
airlines, because they are finding it so difficult to get their money out, they are now looking to customers to pay in dollars, even telling travel agents not to sell tickets in naira anymore.
okay, that goes to show you because of the deteriorating, condition of that country. I mean, Naira doesn't worth anything. They probably doesn't want to accept Naira because that's going to be to their disadvantage. So eventually, nothing, nobody's going to be flying anywhere. So it's a very, I mean, I don't have that much to say on that, on that space. It's just a very terrible situation that country finds itself.
All
You
right.
have to pay them. Definitely have to pay them, but they don't want Naira because Naira doesn't worth nothing to them. It's pretty much devaluated to a substantial, very, very low level. So there's no advantage accepting, I'm not saying they should have done it, but that's the situation because of the situation of that country. So there's nothing you can do about that.
All right, let's take you to Kenya, San Diego. Kenyan police use brutalization of hashtag NSAS protesters, other atrocities in Nigeria as justification for assault, killing of Nigerian nationals. So this is the experience of Nigerians in Kenya. So they are arbitrarily picked up, vested upon and brutalized, sometimes even shot, and their excuse is that look, is that not how they treat you in your own country? You should be used to it by now. So a guy wearing a face mask with the colors of Nigeria, that was sufficient enough reason for him to have been picked up by the Kenyan police, and they sweated him to the point that they made him call Nigeria for his family to pay ransom. So the experience of the Nigerian internationally is always the same.
Yeah, there's a saying that goes, if you don't respect yourself, don't expect other people to respect you. It's just because of the deplorable condition, we find ourselves in Nigeria, the way we treat, looking at the NSAS, and other kind of things, that have been perpetuated in that country, the way the police treat the country, treat the people, the way the country treat their own people. So what do you expect from, a different country to treat you? So they are taking, they are taking a page from how you treat your own country, and they know nothing is going to happen to you. Look at a country like Kenya. I know they're probably more developed because I've seen their city. Of course, they are being financed by these Chinese and everything. But even Ghana, because there's something that happened last year with Ghana. There was, closing people.
We are always being maltreated in Ghana. Always.
Exactly. Not even to talk about USA, because everything that happened here is, is Nigerian. So it's because of the way we are being treated. Your own people, your government treat you. You don't expect other people to treat you right. So that's the situation, Nigeria find themselves. But it's very, very, we don't have any more respect in that country. So, sometimes, I have some friends, they say they don't want to say they are from Nigeria. So,
but a lot of people distance themselves from Nigeria now. Or if you've been able to secure a different passport, then you just go with that passport. I'm not going to Kenya to identify myself as Nigerian. No, I will flash my Britishness at them so that I'll be treated with respect. Would you want to be identified as a Nigerian in a place like Kenya?
well, I see what you're talking about, because of the situation, the brutality going on over. Who wants to be brutalized? If you find yourself in that, in that situation, of course, I know you have a British passport, you're not gonna identify yourself, because of the situation going on right now. But if that hasn't happened, of course, you'll be proud to identify yourself as a Nigerian. But depends on the situation you find yourself, like what's going on in Kenya, or what went on about 2 years ago in South Africa. So those kind of things, you don't want to identify yourself, and it's loss of respect to that country. They say charity begins at home. It's how you treat people, how you treat your own people. That's how other people are going to treat you. Look at America, for example, let me just use it because that's where I am right now. America commanded very big respect, everywhere they go in the world because they know the government here, anything happen, they're going to look after them. I mean, they're going to fight for them, whatever it takes to bring them home. I don't know if you remember a story that's going on right now in Russia, the basketball player.
Oh yeah, the lady that was convicted for drugs.
Yeah, she had a drug, I don't know if she was intentional or not intentional, but she violated the country, she violated the country law. So, but they are doing everything to, to make sure to secure her safety. Of course, I think that she already been sentenced, but they try to swap some of the people they have here, to bring her home. I think there's two of them in America. They try to, in Russia, they try to bring back home. But the people they're going to exchange with them, they committed more violent crime. I think it has to do with espionage and all that kind of thing. But my point I'm trying
She's
to
a
make,
basketball player, isn't she? The lady in question.
yeah, she's a basketball player. So the point I'm trying to make, is that US, is trying to do everything in order to bring them back. They don't mind, they don't mind swapping them with somebody that committed a very heinous crime like espionage or killing. They are willing to bring their people home because they respect their people. So we don't have that kind of patriotic, we do, but it's the government that is controlling everything in that country. Treating their own people like inhuman. So what do you expect? Other countries will emulate because they know your country is not going to do anything, and they know you are used to that. The NSAS is an example. You're shooting your own people and killing them. So Kenya, probably going to do the same thing because they say you are used to those kind of things. So why not? Yeah, it's a typical example where you come from. What kind of respect you command in international or globally anyway.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, the narrative of the young boy, pure water seller. So this seems to be his own shtick that is running his scam. So he now just he throws the water on the floor, comes with a broken bowl, and starts to cry. Who wants to see a 12-year-old boy crying on the street? So very quickly, of course, everybody rushes to his aid. How much is it? Take the money. There, don't cry. And then he'll wait for you to move on, and then he'll continue the crying. So there it is. Is that entrepreneurship, or is that just a con man?
Wow, this is a young con man. He's growing up in that behavior. 12 years. Somebody must have put him through that. Educate him.
Yes, I don't think he would have been doing it, but yes.
I never thought I can do that. I throw my so people can sympathize with you and give you money or whatever. Then you after that you go somewhere a different space and you do it again and you be collecting a lot of money. So it's just the environment. I know everybody, a lot of people suffering in that country or something like that, but that's not an excuse because this is going to perpetuate to other area. Of course, everybody commit a lot of crime in that country. It just get to show you the structure of that country.
But I have to tell you though, it's an international thing. This thing, because even here where we are, you have people. They will be coming to you that are, excuse me, brother, and it's usually black people. They want to use your blackness to try and hook you, and they'll say, excuse me, brother, I am so ashamed to ask you. I am trying to get to XYZ, and I don't have enough on me. And of course, and you, of course, because of course the reputation of black people already, you immediately want to help them out, only to see them the next day doing that same hustle either on you or someone else. I come across that severally. So I've not eaten today, and then there you are. Oh, I need a bus fare. It's usually bus fare. And now even the women are doing it. It's just, by the way, it's not exclusive to blacks. But that begging scam is really an international thing. I'm not sure if you experience it.
Yeah, it's an international thing. It's just the condition of that country. So when you see something like this, it kind of make you wonder because you are from that country. But anyway, for example of what you just said, so it's not a black thing. Where I am right now is done by a lot of people because I myself have encountered it. I don't know how many times because when I go to the gas station to pump gas, you will see somebody at the gas station, white, black, they will tell you. I think probably the one of the gas station, from my own experience, is more white, not to differentiate any. If I can recount on my own experience, it's more white than black. You will see somebody, they say, hey, I don't have any money in my gas, I can't go anywhere, I'm going to work, please, can you give me $1? Yeah, I've encountered that many times. And sometimes when when me and my wife, when we go to grocery, you see some people loitering around the grocery garage, grocery parking lot, begging you money. Some of them will put a sign. There's one that kind of baffled me. Okay, no, I wasn't with my wife. She asked me to go pick up something, so I went to a small grocery store to pick up something. So this lady has a sign said that her family member is suffering from leukemia. Can I contribute? There's yeah.
Yeah, they are looking. They come up with new and ingenious ways. Things that you cannot walk away from. That my child needs to feed. Who
Yeah.
even if you know they are scamming you, just to ease your own conscience, who will walk away from somebody saying that their child needs to feed? No, very few people can.
You know what my wife does? My wife is very generous, but she does not give anybody cash. When you ask for something like that, it's okay. Let's go to McDonald's. Let's go to a restaurant. I'll buy you food. And of course, some of them, they just want the money. They will say no. My wife never give them the money, but every time she said, "I'm gonna buy you food," because a lot of them ask for food. Oh God, she said, "Let me go buy it for you." But most of the time they turn it down back. She has, it's only few that I know that have, accepted it, maybe one or two that I can recollect. But the other ones, I know they want money. So she don't give them money. She said, "Let me go buy you food. Let me go buy you what you want." Of course, about 90-something% of them say no. Yeah, it's just a scam, And yeah, like you said, it's not just a
Yes,
Nigerian thing.
it's not new and unusual. I think it's just the innovativeness of it, because it's just a part, and it's almost a victimless crime, because you feel a bit like somebody pulled the wool over you, but nobody is going to go crying over 1,500 naira. But by the time he does that 1,500 naira 10 times, then you are talking about, he's making more money than you every day, So there it is, the Nigerian scam.
Yeah, for me, I've given them money, but I don't do it all the time, but I've given them money sometimes. Yeah.
All right, let me take you to another space. Back to the politics of it. Tinubu showing an unusual and somewhat ill-advised confidence, and I'm not quite sure what is vesting it on. Adamu will deliver me as president of Nigeria, says Tinubu. So Abdullahi Adamu, the chairman of the APC party, Tinubu expressing confidence in him that he's on board with this project and is going to see him to Aso Rock. But this was the guy that at the 11th hour at the primaries, he brought out Ahmed Lawan to say that he's the consensus candidate of the party. So that already signals that this guy has a northern and an ethnic agenda completely away and distance from Tinubu. So I think really what Tinubu should be doing is to want him out of the way if possible, because I don't think that guy will be serving Tinubu's interest. Do you?
Well, Tinubu should keep him, but he need to be very mindful because, like you said, I remember, before the primary, this is a guy who wants Malami to be their presidential candidate. Of course, the other governors, they're the one that make him change his mind or just not pursue that ambition. So he should be very careful. What you can understand, one man, all these houses, they want an Hausa president. They want to continue, the presidency, because I can tell you there's a space that I read the other day. Some people was warning Tinubu to be very careful, because the reason why, if you continue, no, not Tinubu, Tinubu, to be very careful. If you continue doing this, try to get wicked, because right now people in the north, they don't like wicked. They don't like wicked. So because of what's going on, they're going to think they are trying to gang up against their own person. Even people who don't like Atiku, they may vote for Atiku. And some people were saying Atiku may clear, regardless of the kind of people that that APC have in the north, that Atiku may clear most of the north. I don't know about the middle belt, and he may.
We've lost you. Oh God, yeah, we've lost you. All right. Your system seems. Oh God, your system seems to have dipped into something dark. Yeah, can you hear me? It sounds like your system has been hijacked again. Let's. Whoever has hijacked the system, who is laughing? Say something rather than laugh. Huh?
Let me go away and you'll be able to hear me.
Okay, we can hear you now. What's your name? No, we can't hear you, but we can hear some American-sounding lady.
What's going on with this?
Are you using some pirate system? Because some American lady just came in now.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Are you using? Yes, we are you using some pirated system? Also, we just heard some American lady now laughing and said, "Can you hear me?"
I don't know. Sometimes, like yesterday, you know, I was driving. Of course, that was different because I wasn't in the house.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I was driving. It just went off. But no, I'm in my house, you know. But sometimes I don't know, when I'm using this, you know, the internet will just mess up, you know. I try to use my iPhone because I have another laptop here which I'm looking at, but I'm using my phone.
Do you connect to a Bluetooth speaker or something?
Yeah, I have my Bluetooth, you know. But I'm okay now. Go ahead.
Okay.
Do you think that's where it is, DOG?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. If somebody else is using the Bluetooth speaker too, so you might be hearing.
Nobody's using the Bluetooth. I'm there, you know. I don't know. I need to find out what's going on with my
all right.
Somebody just spoke to us now, though.
Somebody just spoke to us now, some American lady. But there it is. That's just for your own to look into later. So yes, you were speaking on Tinubu to be wary of the malas.
Oh yeah, definitely. You need to be wary of the mala because honestly, you know, if everything is equal, they don't want any southerners. If everything is equal, it's just because they are doing it because they feel like it's something that has to be done. And moreover, this is why, because like I'm telling you, my one man, I'm not against Tinubu per se. I'm just against APC. Of course, I want the presidency to come to the south. It's just I'm concerned about. Of course, you like Shetima. I'm concerned about his head. I'm not saying, you know, anything can happen. I mean, I'm younger than him, but anything can happen to me tomorrow. So I'm just very concerned about that, you know. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm just very concerned about Shetima taking over that country. You know, I don't like Shetima. Of course you do. You know, he scared me to death. But
why does it scare you? What's your concern? Is it just because it's from the north, or is there anything deeper than that? What's your concern about Shetima?
Yeah, just from what I heard about him, you know, the Boko Haram connection from the stuff. Of course, you know, you're probably going to debunk that because you already did that before, so you don't have to go there.
Yeah.
So and the kind of statement he has made, you know.
Have you listened to him speak? Yeah,
he's a good speaker. Who cares about how you speak?
No, but you listen to the content of what he has to say.
Yeah, I've listened, but not a lot. I mean, on few occasions, I listened to him when he was on the NBA. You know, yeah, he spoke very well. I mean,
and have you checked it? Have you checked his CV?
No, I have not.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
It's a highly respected banker trained by Jim Ovie.
Okay, what has that got to do with that?
No. I'm not saying
focus on intellect.
No. I'm saying it's a lot more sophisticated than this broad brush Fulani man with riding a horse looking for heads to cut off, that type of thing.
Okay.
You know, yeah. So it's more urbane. It's more cosmopolitan. Certainly, highly educated.
Okay, he may be all that, but my main concern is he not going to promote the northern agenda? You know, the same thing we've seen, you know, in this country. I mean, when you're from that area, you know, he's gonna be working with other cabal. I'm not saying he's definitely going to. He just from experience, you know, whenever they come from that space, we need a southern president, you know, somebody that's going to last at least 8 years. That's just my main concern. I mean, I'm going to go home.
Yes, we definitely need a southern president. Yeah.
I'm going to go home. I don't want to stay here for the rest of my life. So, you know.
You know, you are likely to stay there for the rest of your life, you know.
Why? Don't say that.
But no, because you are used to a certain standard of living. You have a healthcare service that is the best that can be offered. You have a sense of security. You have a sense of safety. You're able to predict. You come into your house, you switch on the light. You have no thought about it. You close your. You know. Oftentimes I forget to lock my car, and I don't even have any. Oftentimes I forget to lock my front door. You know. So all these things you take for granted. The ease of life. You know,
I'm sorry, we do that quite often, particularly, depending on the area you live. I mean, where I live, we do that quite often, So,
I'm not sure you can survive in Nigeria anymore, even without the crime, just the grind of it. Where will you take your health needs to? Which roads will you drive on? Are you going to be
right.
using solar and generator? What sort of, all this kind of, all these things you take for granted. I'm not sure you are too American to live in Nigeria anymore, I don't think.
Well, I mean, my father said that. Of course, my relative, they said that I've already acclimatized to this weather over here. I mean, regardless, I live in San Diego. Because San Diego here, the weather is so perfect. You don't even need air condition. Because I've seen some students, Nigerian students that live here. They have the good apartment that they stay. It doesn't have air condition. It's not that they can afford it, but it didn't come with air condition because the weather is so perfect here. I mean, right now over here, it's about, what is it right now? It's about 59 degrees. Yeah, 59 degrees in the afternoon. So the weather here does not get hot at all. I mean, and it doesn't get cool. I mean, during the winter, we get up to 30.
Yeah, so you have perfect
something.
weather. You have a
Yeah.
nice coastline.
Mhm.
You can ride your bikes. Do you look like a biker? Do you have a bike?
No, I don't have a bike, but I do run.
Go and get one. You look like somebody that should be riding a motorbike. So
Oh no,
yeah.
I don't. You're talking about a motorcycle or just a bike?
No, motorcycle.
No, I don't ride. I don't ride motorcycle because I had a bad experience when I was in Nigeria. I had an accident. So since that time, I've never ridden a motorcycle since I've been here. I mean, I've ridden a bicycle or something like that because we have a very good beach close to where I live. It's called I live close to La Jolla area. I don't know if you're familiar with San Diego. It's a very beautiful place. So I go to the beach. I like beach. I do some running. Of course, I do some running quite a bit. But anyway, going back to the subject, yeah, I'm not going to Nigeria to live permanently. I'll be lying to you, regardless of the improvement. But I can go to Nigeria, stay for a year, come back, or 6 months. But because I don't do that, I think the most I've stayed in Nigeria is I don't think I've stayed a month. It's less than a month, 3 weeks plus or whatever. Yeah, I've never stayed in Nigeria more than a month. So.
All right. Well, all right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, San Diego. So stay with us. So let's go on from you, San Diego, to Ayo. See if Ayo is ready. So Ayo, are you ready? Ayo. This is the thing. Let's go on from let's go to Thomas and see if he's ready. So Thomas, are you there?
Yes, please.
All right, brilliant. So good to have you, Thomas. Let's take you straight away to the space then. This terrorist that has been apprehended in Egypt, Nnamdi Kanu style, a close associate of Sheik Gumi. So what are you making of this arrest? Is this signaling that the Buhari regime is finally cracking down on terrorism, or is this just for show? And the association of the man with Sheik Gumi, does it not point that finger still at Sheik Gumi, who has always been fingered as one of the keys to resolving the Nigerian insurgency space? So to call Mamu is his name. What are you making of it, Thomas?
Well, man, it's a good thing in good direction. This is what we have been clamoring for since this war. They should be arresting them times without number. It should be done in a fast speed. But what baffles me is that how did the man left Nigerian shores and they were searching for him outside Nigeria? At least the guy went through our airport to the Lesser Hajj, to Saudi Arabia. So why can't they arrest him in Nigeria for them to be sending message to the Interpol to arrest him? I think maybe there is a conspiracy going on there, or maybe even the guy didn't live through the Nigerian shore. Maybe he passed through other neighboring country, because I expected them to arrest him in Nigerian shore. We can't compare him to Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu is not living in Nigeria; he's living in the UK. It's just unfortunate for him that he was arrested in Kenya. But this guy is living in Nigeria. Is Nigerian living in is a Nigerian resident living in Nigeria. And for them not to arrest him in Nigerian shore, it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, they arrested the guy, it's a good thing in a new direction, in the good direction. If they can arrest him in Nigeria, they can arrest him outside Nigeria. But at the long run, I don't see anything happen to him very soon. They will arrest him. Maybe we will not hear anything about it anymore, and they will release him. The news will not know that he has been released. But for them to arrest him is a good thing. It's a welcome development. We can give a little bit kudos to BUHARI for that.
What about his association with Sheik Gumi? He's described as an aide of Sheik Gumi, and Sheik Gumi has come out to speak to that space that he doesn't know why he was arrested, and hopefully he will find out soon. So Sheik Gumi, of course, his name always in play in this regard. So rather than arresting his aides, is it not time for Sheik Gumi to be brought in for questioning to explain what he does know about what is going on in the country?
I don't think anyone can arrest Sheik Gumi. Because if they want to arrest him, they could have arrested him before this time. One man, this guy has done many things that he should be arrested for. Liaising with the bandits, paying ransom through Nigerian government, do many things he has done that he should be arrested of, but they don't arrest him. So I don't think Sheik Gumi, no one can arrest Sheik Gumi. I don't think anyone can arrest him. But if this guy is linked to Sheik Gumi, I think they should be questioning Sheik Gumi. One man, people have called for Sheik Gumi arrest, questioning years back. And I think Nigerian government has not done anything about it. Maybe he has some immunity, maybe he has some things with the cabals in Nigeria. We can never tell, but in my own opinion, he has something with the cabals in Nigeria. For them not to arrest him or even question him, how can we arrest these terrorists? How can we get them? Can you help us to maybe to sabotage them so that we can arrest them? It should be called for questioning. But I don't know, maybe he has been questioned in the past. I don't remember he has been questioned in the past. But it's a good thing in a good direction. If they can arrest this guy, maybe this guy can help the security of Nigeria to fish out some criminals, people that are sponsoring them. And one man, I don't think Nigeria wants to fight these terrorists. You could remember the last time they said they don't want to shame and disgrace the sponsors of terrorists. And they told us they will give us their names. We haven't heard anything till now. So is it difficult for them to give us their names? Are they the same people in the same cabinet of BUHARI? We don't know. Why don't you want to shame a terrorist? What do you want to gain for shaming them? What do you want to gain? But that's why everybody say that maybe BUHARI is complicit in this terrorist going on. We don't know. Because his body language, his action, his reaction, his everything about him speak to, like he's trying to guide them. He's not out there to expose the people sponsoring these terrorists. So it's everything, all things BUHARI has done in the past. It doesn't show that we are fighting these terrorists at all. So, but it's a good thing if you can follow the suit with this guy. I think it will be a good thing for Nigeria if they can do that.
All right, thank you. And let me take you to the space. The young boy that is using pure water to scam people. Is it ingenious or is this worrisome?
No, one man, this is normal thing that is happening every time. Every time, every blessed time. So it happens. One man, I watched one skit. The guy was doing like a prank video, and the guy was running, scaring people. Maybe there's something chasing him. And we saw a guy on a wheelchair begging for money. Immediately he saw people running. The guy stood up from the wheelchair, start running as well. People say, wow. So this guy that has been sitting here for months, canvassing for money from Nigerians. So this guy is not crippled. Maybe he forgot that he's a crippled man. He's pretending to be a crippled man. The guy was running and people was running as well. The guy stood up from the wheelchair and started running as well. And they grab him and they throw him away. They said they will hand over him to the police at the long run. They left him, they let him go. I will tell you one man, this little boy you are talking about, he has somebody, maybe the mother, maybe the father that is sending him to do all these things. It's not only the one doing this thing, because you can imagine a boy of 12 years old. How will he think about doing those things like scamming people, saying he broke his pure water, is this or that? So he has maybe parents or guardian that normally say, one man, many people, they say, even in the Western world, it happens. I watched a documentary as well. This lady was canvassing for money in the parking lot in the US. And this lady was driving a Mercedes-Benz, AMG Mercedes-Benz. He parked it somewhere in a street and he will come out to the parking lot begging for money. And this guy traced the lady down to the car that is driving. Even those people that are giving her money doesn't even have cars. Even some of them that even have cars, they can't even drive those exotic cars that this lady is driving. So scamming is everywhere, mama. It's not prone to black or white or everywhere. You see people scamming. But this is where we find ourselves. If they catch this boy now, if we say they don't have food to eat, they have to beg. You know, people will have excuse for everything they do. But one man is everything that is happening in Nigeria. This has been happening for decades. I've saw countless of people, even people that legitimately handicapped. One guy is in Ibadan. If you know Felele very well.
I know
at the junction of
we have a house there. We have a Felele
yes,
layout.
in Challenge, in Felele layout. That is where I was born and brought up. This guy is on wheelchair, one man. This guy had 3 wives, 10 kids. He owned 3 houses. 3 houses. If people that are from Ibadan, Felele, they know this guy and I'm talking about. 3 wives, 10 kids, 3 houses, begging. Just begging, no woman. Just begging. So it has been there for a while. And people know that he's married. He has 10 kids. This guy is there begging every day. It's a routine.
Is he a northerner?
No, it's not a northerner. He's a Yoruba man. He's a Yoruba. In the 90s, if people hearing me now, you live in Felele, you will know this guy I'm talking about. He normally stay at Challenge, that roundabout, going to Felele. The guy, if you see his beautiful wife, but he's there. So it has been there for decades, one man. It's not a new thing. It's not a new thing, one man.
Oh, all right, thank you. And the Kenyans vesting heavily upon the Nigerians. Commentaries on that.
Oh, Nigerians are being treated like, you know, you already said it. Or if we can't treat ourselves good in our country, the other country will treat us like S. I don't want to say that. So I don't. It is what it is. So Nigerians and we too as well. We should, anywhere we go in the country, one man, outside our country, we should portray ourselves as a good citizen, abide with the rules and regulation in that country. It would be better for us if we abide with the rules and regulation in any country that we are. We respect their rules. The citizenry in that country too will respect us. But if we don't respect ourselves, they will never respect us. So it's a normal thing that we are passing through, woman. It's normal we are passing through.
Oh, all right, thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. Let me go on from you.
I want to speak on the flight.
What flight?
The Nigerian talking about the paying dollars.
All right, briefly on that.
Yes, yeah, briefly on that. One man, it has come to a problem in our country now. My father-in-law bought a ticket. He's going to Nigeria in December. He has changed his ticket twice now. Emirates call him, they refund the money that they are not flying to Nigeria. He bought another ticket, which is Etihad. Etihad call him back, they return his money. Now, what the only option for him now is to go through Ghana.
Yes, you are right. We are actually expecting somebody from Nigeria here, and the person cannot get tickets from Nigeria to London, so they have to go through Ghana. But then my mother came in just this weekend, and she came in via Nigeria. She flew Emirates. No, she flew Virgin Atlantic. Virgin
Atlantic. So this is 2 flights, one man. The only solution now is to go through Ghana. Then if you reach Ghana, you will take a local flight to Nigeria. This has been coming crazy, one man. One of my family member again is going to Nigeria with his 3 kids. He bought $14,000 ticket for 5 of them. They call him, they return the money. They said he has to go through Ghana again now. Ask me how much they are going to pay. They are now charging them $22,000 for 5 of them to go through Ghana to Nigeria. So it's very crazy. I'm planning to go to Nigeria this December as well. Now I don't just know. I don't know. Maybe I should go or not. So if we can buy a ticket to our country, woman, it's very unfortunate. I think the Nigerian.
But Buhari has destroyed that country totally. They've destroyed the whole country. So you are hearing that, and then you are hearing somebody stealing 150 billion naira, and they're just, it's unbelievable. It's quite frightening. It's ungodly. What these people?
It's ungodly, one man. You can't fly to your country straight. My father-in-law now will pay almost $5,000 to get to Nigeria. $5,000 Australian dollar. The first ticket that he bought is 2005. You can see now. The ticket now is double. It's I can't even wait for Buhari to. It's just I don't know. It's just like
but when Buhari leaves, it doesn't mean that we'll still have to carry the pain of what he has done to the country for at least a year, if not more. It's not automatic that when he leaves, things will suddenly improve because they've done so much damage.
Well, man, it's unfortunate. My wife told me now, should we go? Should we not go? We are just contemplating and maybe we should go. It's just, and before, one man, you can buy your ticket even the second day you are in Nigeria. You can buy your ticket 2 days to your departure. Now, even what we normally do, we buy the ticket like 6 months earlier. Now, it's even if you buy the ticket, it's not even sure that you are going to get to where you are going. It's just I can't even wait. I can't even wait for this Buhari to come. And the next president, I can't even wait for him to come as well to do the good thing. And even we don't sure about even the person that is even coming. Thank you, one man, for your time. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So let's go from Thomas to let's go to the progressives. The progressives, are you there? All right, let's go to DOG then. I'm not quite sure why people are turning up, but they're not ready to go.
One man, was you calling me?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, sorry about that. I just.
If you're not ready, I can skip you and come back to you.
Oh no, I'm good now. I was just
because I'm especially keen to hear from you on the storyline. So the DSS arrest hostage negotiator Tukur Mamu. So Tukur Mamu, I'm sure you would have been following the space as well. He is associated with Sheik Gumi as one of its key functionaries, but he also one of the key negotiators for the bandits, especially that space of the Kaduna-Abuja train that they bombed, killed several, kidnapped a lot more, and they are taking 100 million naira ahead. So they arrested this guy in Egypt, extradited him to Nigeria. So what are you making then on this development? Is Buhari cracking down then on his clansmen killing and looting the country, or is this just for optics?
Oh, thank you very much, Maman. I just want to say greetings to you and to the other panelists. I think you used the wrong word to say the what did you call him? The chief negotiator, right? It should be a conspirator, not a negotiator. There's Sheikh Gumi and his clans. They are part and parcels of the heinous crime that those guys are committing, right? So you cannot tell me that these people do not get a cut. You can't tell me that they don't get a percentage from whatever ransom is being paid. I just don't want to believe that, because there's no way anybody is going to put themselves in that kind of situation whereby you'll be negotiating ransom between some terrorist group and the kidnaps and the victims that are the family of the victims that are kidnapped. So for me, I think the idea that the guy is a chief negotiator is just a nonsense talk. Is one of those things that you hear from this political elite. If it was just a ordinary you and I, from the first day we tell them that we know these people straight away will be in the DSS custody. It's crazy what is going on in that country.
But what are you making of how he was arrested? All this international drama, like it was some James Bond villain. This was somebody, he was resident in Nigeria, but why did they wait for him to go and route Egypt to use Interpol to do Nnamdi Kanu style?
That is what, these people, they always come up with this, all this theatrics, all this theatrics stupidity. The guy is a negotiator for, it's an aide to Sheik Gumi, right? And Sheik Gumi had come out several times, not even like it's on public forums, to confirm with his own mouth that it have some form of relationship with these bandits, with these kidnappers, with these terrorists. He's come out. So it's like what when Fela sang a song that then said driver get accident now, Kodoto Buhari arrest. So that is the same thing that they are doing now. Well, the man you are arresting is Aide. When the main man, who is the chief co-conspirator, is out there in the public, roaming around, telling people, giving conditions to the government, telling government to grant an amnesty, telling government that fighting them militarily will not work. All those kind of nonsense. For me, the Sheik Gumi should be the one that is being arrested in conjunction with his aide and everybody around him.
Do you think the government have what it takes to arrest Sheik Gumi? And do you even consider that now that his aide has been arrested, Sheik Gumi might run? Do you expect him to run?
No, I don't expect him to run. One man, you see that aide that they went to go arrest in Egypt, right? The guy is in Nigeria. He stays in Nigeria. He lives in Nigeria. So this nonsense of them arresting him in Egypt doesn't make no sense. It's not like he's running away from Nigeria. Sheik Gumi, they will never arrest Sheik Gumi. There's no way they will arrest him. So why will he run? It's not going nowhere.
Are you placing him above the law?
It seems that he's above the law. I think what they are trying to claim is that it's just those people are just entrusting him to negotiate on their behalf. That is nonsense. That doesn't make sense. Why is he him all the time? Why is it that most of the time when he come out in public to talk, he always talk almost in favor of the actions of those people? So it doesn't make sense.
Right, but if they are arresting his aide, the association is so strong. I'm not quite sure, because you don't have the anticipation that they will arrest his aide. So if they do arrest his aide, then that's an indication that they are looking in his direction, surely.
Okay.
You don't think he will be arrested? You don't think they're brave enough?
Mama, look at it from this angle, right? His aide was arrested in Egypt. So since his aide has been arrested, have you heard of Sheik Gumi's house being raided? No. So there's
Well,
no.
we've heard him speak, though. We've heard him speak.
Okay, so he's still able to talk. So basically, which means he's a free man still walking around. So the point is this: them arresting his aide as a chief negotiator for those bandits is nonsense. The man is working for Sheik Gumi. So if he's working for Sheik Gumi, how do you arrest the man and then Sheik Gumi is not being arrested? It doesn't make no sense to me. If you don't want to arrest Sheik Gumi, leave the young man alone. Let him go about his business. You cannot tell me that man is committing whatever atrocity that is committing without the knowledge of Sheik Gumi. It doesn't make sense. One man, listen, if I'm your aide, I work closely with you, I don't have authority to go and do any such negotiation behind you when I know that you have a direct contact with these people. Sheik Gumi is not hiding it. So how does his aide then operate independently from Sheik Gumi negotiating with on behalf of these people? It doesn't make no sense. If he's doing anything with those people, he's doing it on behalf of Sheik Gumi. So whatever they say that he has done wrong, then Sheik Gumi must be a co-conspirator.
Yeah, that's why I'm anticipating that he might run.
That man will not run anywhere, man.
But one man. Do you remember Sheik Gumi distanced himself lately? You remember? You brought the news to us here.
You mean from what?
He distanced himself from the bandits. If you remember, you brought the news to us.
Yes, he's been trying to dissociate himself somewhat from the bandits.
Yes.
That is medicine after death, man. After how many people have been kidnapped, after how many people have died. So that for me, that won't wash. Him coming out to say he dissociates himself from the bandit. I said these people, they know what they're doing. They're telling us now that they are killing a lot of bandits. The government is making a lot of success when it comes to fighting banditry. All of these things for me is just theatric, man. It doesn't make no sense. I've said it long time ago. There was a man that had an interview on Chinese television that used to work with the Secret Service. This guy said a lot of things. If you listen to that, if you watch that interview, one man, you understand that a lot of things is just being wrong with our society, with our institution. There's a lot of a religious fanaticism that is working behind the scene. The man talked about how they do Juman inside military barracks and all of these things. On Friday, they open everything down. Anybody can walk in and out. They talked about the man talked about how a cadet was kidnapped from inside the NDA, and then when those cadets were released, they talked about how they could hear the whatever they were doing inside the NDA, where they kept them, they could hear everything that was going on inside the NDA. So people kidnap a cadet from the NDA and they kept them very close by to collect money from the government. So the man talked about things that the government should have done, and they talk about how people who are compromising the system.
But are you not noticing? Because there seems to be a lot of, if it's to be believed, there seems to be a lot of aggression and activities against the banditry space in the last couple of weeks, at least. So they told us recently that they've killed one of the top commanders of ISWAP, and they said they've bombed their armories, and then they are bombing all these bandit enclaves, and they seem to be rounding up a lot of bandits. So because they are only telling us, and we have to only go by what they are saying. So are they moving against the banditry space at last? Is the thing. Do you think they are?
No, they're not. See, one man, when those terrorists and bandits, when they commit any atrocity, right? You see it. You see everything they did to our soldiers, all the vehicles that they burned, the weapons that they've taken. They will show everything on media. Why is it that it's only when we do something to them, we don't show nothing, we don't see nothing? You know, nobody tell us. For me, what I think is happening, personally, it might just be like being delusion or something. I just feel like these people have some form of arrangement, right? If you look at the way the system is set up now, it's almost like we come here to enrich ourselves, our people, and our time is coming up. We start to pack up.
Oh,
that
yes.
is what.
I agree, because I have that thought as well. Yeah, they're asking them to move out because their time is up. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, we've made as much as we can right now. If you don't just banditry, look at the oil theft as well. Who are the people heading the NNPC and all of those oil institutions right now? Most of them are northerners. So it's more like listen, we are here to make our own money. It's our time to make money. So the time is coming to an end. Okay, everybody starts, okay, start packing up. Let's start, that is what is happening. It's not like they are getting any sources. No, the time is coming up. They know that the new government is coming up soon, and it's not going to be their brother. It's not going to be one of them. So then they understand that, okay, listen, let's start to pack up. For me personally, I might be delusional, but I just feel like that is what is going on right now.
Yes, if you are being delusional, I'm delusioned with you as well, because over the last few days, I've been thinking that they are asking these people that they brought in that, look, you've made all you can from that space. We're likely to hand it over to a Yoruba person, and it's going to wipe you out if you don't get out. So this is what they're telling, because they're telling us that by December they would have wiped out the terrorists. So something they've not been able to do for 7.5 years, and they are being categorical by December they would have wiped them out, which is to it aligns with that narrative that you're saying, that they are giving them the instructions to go back to leave Nigeria. Maybe they'll go to another country and continue their bloodlust.
Yeah, because if you even notice, one man, you can witness, you can kind of see that there have been some form of reduction in their activities as well. When it comes to all this kidnapping, all this banditry issue, the whole thing is kind of dying down. So for the people to now come and say by December, it's more like an agreement. Say, no, listen, by Christmas, I want all of you to be gone. You've made that. They've talked to themselves. That is how I see it. Because these people, if it was a government that was dealing with them, what gun did we buy now what gun did we buy now that we didn't have 3 years ago? What bomb did we buy now that we didn't have 3 years ago? What soldier man did we not train now that we did not train them 3 years ago? So is there anything special that we are not doing now that we couldn't do 3 years ago? So for me, all of this, so what is it? What is special that we are doing now that we couldn't do to these people 3 years ago? So they now come out and tell us, oh, by December. No, they do. Okay, why December? Why not November? Why not October? Why December specifically? Why didn't they do it in July? So they have to wait for some people some more people to be kidnapped, some more ransom to be paid. It's all nonsense, man. Listen, the way I look at these people, this government, I think Buhari have done a lot of damage to the Fulani tribe. That is the truth. I have to tell you that. He has done a lot of damage to the Fulani tribe. A lot of people have this distaste for Fulani just because of the.
Are you expecting a backlash against them after Malam Buhari leaves?
I hope not. I hope not, because I don't want. I'm not one who will treat other people based on the action of one individual. You understand? Buhari, from his action, you can tell that he's just is a very ethnic minded person. He doesn't extend his harm across to other ethnic people. Because if you look at it from day one, the way he was behaving, the way he was appointing people, you will say, okay, it's like you just say, okay, someone will retire or someone will be fired. You say, okay, let's just say maybe we'll just. But everybody will say he's just appointing Northerner. He's appointing Northerner. It's like he still won't care. He will just there put another Northerner there. It's like so. It's not like, for me, I don't really care about those things. But the man personally, he just doesn't look for people who are qualified. He just look for people who just believe in what he stands for. That is his problem. If he was speaking qualified Northerner, it would be good, but he will just pick some zombies to come and do the nonsense there.
I agree in totality with that. I don't object to a Northerner. Who cares where somebody comes? If he's doing the job, who cares really? But it's just dumb people. There was a guy that was the Minister of Power when they took the portfolio from Foshola. The guy couldn't even speak English. So how is he able to interact with, and he claims to be an engineer, to the point that they even had to sack him. He was that dumb. And the guy they put in charge of aviation, this Sirika, look at what he has done. People are now going to Ghana to travel out of Nigeria. And that's the improvement that he has made to the. It's just, the one that he put in charge of the army, he was forced to sack him just because it was just they're stealing money. You know, so nobody cares if it's Fulani or not. It's just the dumbest of the. I suppose you go with your ilk, don't you? The
One man,
president, yeah.
he didn't sack him, you know. He made him an ambassador. I'm not sure he didn't sack him. The guy that he got to the age of retirement. He extended their tenure. People were forcing him to say, "Look, you can't do this. These people are failing in their duty." Then he made Buratai an ambassador. He did not just sack him. He still compensated him for all his failures, all his looting. That man looted more than Dasuki. That guy they call Burata, he stole a lot more than Dasuki did. So at the end of the day, if you look at the way these people do things, like the way Buhari did things, okay, look at when he had when they just came into government. I think a lot of people today they say, oh, it was Tinubu that brought Buhari to government. I'm not a supporter of Tinubu, but I always want to have a fair and balanced analysis, right? But if you know that these guys, when they came into office, Tinubu was sidelined. During the first time of President Muhammadu Buhari, Tinubu was completely shut out of that government. I remember Remi Tinubu was did an interview on TVC, right, with those ladies, right? And then she was complaining that after all her husband did, this is how they treated him. This is how they treated her husband. So if people still need to realize that Tinubu was shut out of the government, initially it was when he was running for the election that they now brought the man back. Tinubu, knowing that he too have something to fight for later, didn't even object to it. He went back and worked for Buhari government. This is the problem with our politicians, the political elite. They all have personal interest. And it's never about you and I. It's never about for the good of the country. It's about what they're going to get tomorrow, what they're going to get today, how they're going to gain power, how they're going to financially benefit from it. One man, I've seen people made local government administrator within 6 months that they're not building a house, they're building houses. So the whole thing is rotting from bottom to top. I don't even know which direction we're going to align it.
From top to bottom.
Both sides, from bottom to top to bottom, side to side, the whole thing is rotting. That is why when people keep telling me, let so person at the country will transform, I say, me, I don't stand for those nonsense. I don't believe that will work. At the end of the day, if you look at the way the system is, one man, overwhelming majority of the hospitals that we have in Nigeria are either owned by state government or owned by private. How many hospitals does federal government own? So what kind of health policy is a federal government going to introduce in Nigeria that will automatically transform our healthcare system? So look at the school system as well. How many federal universities do you have? You have most of the state university, and most of the states run the secondary schools. So the system itself, the way it is set up, it makes it difficult for a president to directly affect the majority of the things that would change the life of Nigeria: healthcare, education. So all of these things, we need to start to reconfigure it and look at how we can work so that federal government, if they want to make a direct impact, to be easy for them to do.
All right, thank you. This headline, Kenyan police use brutalization of NSAS protesters, other atrocities in Nigeria as justification for assault, killing of Nigerian nationals. So the experience of Nigerians in Kenya is essentially a repeat of the experience in the country. Are you following that story, The Progressive?
No, I haven't really followed that. I just heard it from you for the first time, to be honest with you.
All right. But is that not the common experience, though? Because surely you must have heard of stories of Nigerians being vested heavily upon by other foreign countries. And we're seeing it especially now in the African space. That green passport and the punishment and trauma that goes with it.
Yeah, you're kind of right to a certain stage, because our people need to understand something. When we leave our country, okay, even when we are in our country, we still get treated, given this very bad and inhumane treatment by our own police. So when you go to another man's country, first of all, it's on your own for you to first of all abide by the laws of the land. And then we understand that in these countries as well, they will take advantage of that those negative stereotypes out there, right, against Nigerians. So the idea that you see somebody that the person is in Nigeria, automatically you assume that this person must be some kind of person, maybe a fraudster or some criminal or something. You know, that negative mindset is out there against or about us. So we as a people, I'm not saying we should live as if we're in prison where we're out of Nigeria. I'm just saying we should try to make sure we abide by the laws of the land of other nations. It's a different thing when you go to your country, because I've seen a lot of Nigeria when they come to Europe, they'll tell you, I cannot live abroad. I love Nigeria too much. And the only reason why these people love Nigeria is because of the lawlessness that is in Nigeria, because of the fact that they can drink and drive, because of the fact that they can beat a woman, and then if a woman stand up to them here in Europe, they don't like it. So all of these things are some of the things that our people, some people will come and say, no, I love Nigeria. If in Nigeria, the way I can live my life in Nigeria, I can't live my life like that in Europe. You know, and then you begin to wonder, what life are you living in Nigeria? It's just the lawlessness. A lot of us would like that the fact that we can get away with a lot of things in our country. So we cannot take that attitude to another man's land and expect them to just look at us like that. I understand, maybe the person you are talking about now hasn't done nothing wrong. It could just be one of those stereotypes issues. So, and if that is the case, it should be condemned by everybody. It should not be accepted. And if there's any way those issues could be taken further, we advise whoever is the victim to take it further.
All right, brilliant. Will sanction airlines selling tickets in foreign currency? So the Buhari administration talking tough, but what is the expectation of the airlines, the progressives? They sell their tickets in Naira, but then their money is trapped in Nigeria. But then all of their business expenses, they're outside of Nigeria, which is to say that the money that they're making in Nigeria, they need it to pay for the lease of the airlines, for staffing, etc., for maintenance and all that. So to avoid all that, and the heavy fluctuation in the Naira as well, it makes it impossible for them to calculate anything. So to avoid all that, they are inviting that Nigerians buy their tickets in dollars. But the Buhari administration is threatening sanctions. If we are now at the position, Thomas just gave us examples of 2 airlines canceling flights from Australia to Nigeria and returning people's money. And now we are hearing stories that Nigerians are now going to Ghana to fly to Western countries. So what are you then making then of how they seem to have completely destroyed aviation in Nigeria?
All right, Wama, to be honest with you, I heard you talk. You said something about Adesirika. I think initially Adesirika did well, but when it comes to that aviation sector, you know, I don't think this issue is completely his own fault, because don't forget, this is as a result of the central bank not being able to meet up to its responsibility when it comes to foreign exchange issues. So, because even I've got a friend of mine that just recently left Nigeria now to come and study in the UK, to come study in the UK, and this is somebody that has done well for himself while living in Nigeria. So these are part of the problem that people are facing in that country, whereby people who are supposed to be just above that middle class level are now running away from the country. So you can tell that, you can see that the issues at hand is not about the airline or Adesirika. It is greater than that. Our economy have been completely run down by people who don't understand. And initially, don't forget, I remember when they had KENYAN as the Minister of Finance. I don't know if you remember the story at the time.
Yeah.
When the woman had her own, she had a grant to say NFPC did not remit the right amount of money. That was how they found out that she forged NYSC. Immediately after she had left the office, this lady Zainab came in Till today, one man, nobody ever talked about that issue that woman was fighting for that time. Nigerians don't fight for those people who fight for them. That woman held her ground, and she said no, until NNPC remit the right amount of money to the federal government, there will not be anything like a federal allocation or sharing any money. She held her ground. That was when they start coming up with a NYSC forgery and this, that. But today, what happened to the money? Everything is not going smoothly. When politicians don't have problem with themselves, you know that the people are in trouble. When everything runs smoothly in government, you know that the people are taking a big hit. And you can see since this government has been running on a very like autopilot, we have a lot of problem. Crude oil, we are not losing 400,000 barrels per day in crude oil. We don't have enough forests to do anything anymore in the country. The whole thing has gone it has gone hip. So the problem is not at the Surika. The problem is the economy. The economy cannot financially fund that foreign exchange for us to pay those airlines. At the end of the day, those people, they are business people. What do you expect them to do? They're not going to be taking losses, would they?
So a lot of these things, though, whoever comes in will have to deal with a lot of these things because they will just be able to hold the airline up to the point that they leave office. But all of this money still has to be paid. So whoever comes in there, I'm not quite sure, man. They've overborrowed the country. They've spent everything. I'm not quite sure why people are fighting so hard to be president of Nigeria. I wonder if they know what they're about to take on.
Yeah, they'll come and give us excuse later. They'll blame Buhari government. That is what Buhari has done. That is what Buhari has done for 8 years. They'll come in. They'll try. They will say, "Oh no, we didn't know it was like this." But these are the question, one man. These are the very question. You have countries in Europe today that don't have crude oil, but they have refineries. You have countries that have crude oil that have refineries. I think Nigeria is the only country on the face of it that have crude oil and we don't have a functional refinery. So how do you start to explain such thing in the first place? How do you begin to explain it? Last time you were talking about the subsidies and the liters of petrol. These people, they would come and say things in the public and knowing that what they are saying is so dumb that even a primary school student can pick holes in it. And it doesn't matter, they'll still come out and say it. Imagine the millions of liters that you are adding to subsidies for no reason. For no reason. Look at the consumption rate. Yeah.
Progressive is even more crazier when you talk about non-functional refinery. It's not even one. We have more than one, and none of it. We have like about 4.
I think we don't have any one functioning at the moment.
Anyone functioning, you know.
One is
4 out of 4, at least one should be working at least. But none.
And don't forget one man. We have a reserve like 400,000 barrels that was supposed to be refined for the purpose of local consumption. That is just given to Nigeria for our own purpose, our own use. I've asked this question, I say, so what is happening to that 400? Because we are not refining it. So what is happening to it?
It's quite striking. You just said something now, and I don't think a lot of us actually paid any attention to it. You said of all of the oil-producing countries, Nigeria is the only one, as far as you know, that takes their... Imagine you take your crude oil, you take it to Brazil to refine, and then you ship it back again.
And they tell you they are paying subsidies.
Just imagine. You know they've been paying those subsidies since Abacha days.
One man, for me, I think this is why I'm so angry when somebody's telling me about some movements of this. I just look at it's just a misplaced priority, man. If they're going to kill everybody, then they kill everybody. Everybody march to the National Assembly. Listen,
we're dying a slow death anyway. We are dying slowly, are we not? I mean. You know,
well, man, I can't see. To be honest with you, I cannot see a way out of this. So I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. I've always said it on different platforms that I go to. I say, let us elect Jesus Christ as the president and Muhammad as the vice president. They will fail, and people will stone them out of office. People stoned Jesus Christ before, when he was alive. People stoned him. It was when he was not there. Then they started seeing him as Messiah. So this is human nature. This is what we do. You know, at the end of the day, you look at the way the system is structured. Dangote started doing his own fraud as well. Started fraud, stealing from the people as well. So it doesn't even have any hand. It doesn't matter how rich these people are. It doesn't matter how much money they have. They still want more.
Imagine for a moment how rich some of these people are. Forget Elon Musk. I suspect that the richest. I would be surprised if at least one of the top 10 richest people in the world is not a Nigerian. And forget Dangote. It's not. It's nothing to do with Dangote. Imagine if they are telling you that they are adding 38 million barrels of petrol daily, either in subsidy, which they're just stealing and nothing is going on, or they are producing it and disappearing it. 38 million barrels of petroleum daily. That is how much worth of money they are stealing. Oh God.
One man.
Imagine the sort of wealth that these people command.
One man. You see, if government set out a budget, right? Say road construction, healthcare, this at the end of the year, that budget they might maybe do 60-70%, meet up 60 to 70% of that budget. But you see, when they budget money for subsidies, right? They pay out every single penny of that money. Every single penny of the money they pay out. So if they budget 5 trillion, the whole 5 trillion goes out for subsidies. Those money are going into people's pocket. Listen, if people can declare their stolen money legally, they can declare it legally. The richest people on the face of this earth, there will be Russians and Nigeria, because Russia those
ones are even harder than us. So we're not hard at all.
So the richest, there will be Russians and Nigerians, because it doesn't. You cannot tell me that we Nigeria as a country we cannot build a refinery. I just refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it.
We've built it before, so and we built 4 before. So it's not as though we are going to go and reinvent some science or something. I mean, it's not a new thing or a complex thing.
You just need to refurbish this refinery and make it functional. Not like they can't do it, but the way they export and import, there is a lot of money going around, so they have a lot of money to share from there, and that's what they are enjoying.
They do turn around maintain. How can you turn around maintain something that is not working? Have you seen this car? It's like my car is broken, the engine is gone, then I'm changing the tire. It doesn't make sense. Why am I changing the tire of a car that does not have an engine? A car that is not going to move.
They budget for that turnaround maintenance in almost every budget cycle. And they have been doing that, in fairness to the Buhari administration. They've been doing that for decades. They've been doing turnaround maintenance on Nigerian refineries for decades, every single year. In the same way they budget every single year for Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and they cannot complete it. So
one man, there's nothing like fairness. There's nothing like fairness to any of them, because when they were coming, they came to want to change what was not good. So you cannot continue that thing that was not good, and they say fairness to you. No, it cannot be in fairness to you, because you have carried on one of you have carried you're not taking part in that same rotten a process that people kicked against in the first place. So if you are still doing turnaround maintenance, if you are still paying this humongous amount of money for subsidies, and you haven't found a way to build refineries or fix the one that we have, if you can't fix them, just privatize them. Or the whole thing is so crazy.
They said the deal had been struck with Dangote and with Dangote and Otedola to sell at least half of these refineries to them under the Obasanjo administration. But when Yar'Adua came in, he cancelled those, because that would have ended the subsidy space. Because once they've privatized it, those people, of course, they have to make it run for them to be able to make their money back. And that would have somewhat addressed, at least in some ways, the subsidy space. But as soon as Yar'Adua came in, he cancelled it.
Yeah, but that is one of the problems that we have when it comes to political ideology in Nigeria. So I talked about this thing last time. me, I am a social democrat, right? So I will not compromise on certain issues when it comes to the things that I stand for. So when Obasanjo was leaving office, he run the country in the form of a capitalist manner, right? So doing a lot of privatization and all of those things. So it's not that I'm against it. You know, there are some private conservative policies that do work. So, but when he wants to leave office, then he brought a Yaradua. A Yaradua is not a capitalist.
Mm.
You understand? It's not a capitalist. So this is where these people don't have it. They get it wrong. You have run a capitalist government, then you wanted to leave office. You should have searched around, look for those governors who worked in their state in that same way. Then you bring them in and say, okay, you know what, you come and be the governor. But he brought somebody who was more of a left-leaning thinking person. And that was one of the things Yaradua did. He took those refinery away from Dangote, because Obasanjo had already given some of them to Dangote. Yaradua came back, he reviewed the whole thing, he took them away. The same thing he did with the what is it called, the electricity fund that they said they wanted to spend, where they said they spent $16 billion or whatever it is. So if you look at the line Yaradua was towing, initially you could see that it was more of a left-leaning government. Obasanjo made that mistake there.
It is with regret that Obasanjo did not succeed in his third-term agenda. If we had succeeded, I think Nigeria would have had full electrification and would have solved the all whatever. We would not even have had it anymore. Do you think Obasanjo should have succeeded in his third-term agenda?
No, I don't think. One man, if you run a country for 8 years, right, and then you're not able to successfully get someone to succeed you, it means that you failed, because part of your job as a government is to also groom future leaders. You understand now? Is to also groom future leaders, and that is one of the things you do. So when you leave office, when you are living among your people who work with you, you can say, okay, you know what, this person can do this job. Let us support him. So, but that is one of the quality of a good leader, is the idea that they're able to nurture future leaders. So Obasanjo, in that aspect, he did bring in good people in his government.
But can you really blame him? Don't the party politics play the part in choosing who is next? Like they will say it's the northern that is next. So would they really have a say when it comes to who's succeeding? If you get what I'm trying to say, though.
Yeah, but he was the one that picked Yaradua. So he could have. He already said, okay, it's good. The government is going to the north. But he could have picked a northerner with a more conservative ideas. So that a more leaning conservative thinking. So that is what I'm trying to say. If that is the system of government that you have run, then you can't then go and pick somebody who is left-leaning thinking person, left-leaning minded person to come and continue your own a conservative government. It won't work. The person is going to come and look at it. And don't forget, these are people who believe in from bottom to top policies. Most of the northerners, that is how they think. A lot of people don't know. Majority of northerners, when it comes to economic policies, they believe in from bottom to top.
Well, what does that mean? Like some social welfare state?
Some social welfare state. You know, that is the mindset that they have. It's more of a social welfare state. It's not like when you go to the east now. The east is more capitalist. If the southeast was to be a country of its own, it will its level of capitalism will be on steroid. You know,
yes.
So his level of capitalism will be on steroid.
And the Southwest is the balance between the two, although they are more capitalist than socialist. But
exactly. So the Southwest will be more like a mixed economy. But if you just look at the way Southeast operate, you can tell that it will be a full-blown capitalist system. And if you look at the way the Northerners think, you can tell that it will be more of a communist system. Maybe the way it is like in Saudi Arabia, where you have like a monarchy system whereby they just feed everybody down there. That's all.
Yes, so it's a Rankadede mentality.
Yeah,
But I want to play you this clip by Femi Falana, and I want you to respond to it because it's speaking to that oil subsidy space. But one particular thing that he said, I don't want to tell you what it is, but when we get to the spot, then I'll bring it to your attention. But this gives you just a feel of what is going on in Nigeria. Watch this, the progressives.
The quantity of fuel consumed in Nigeria is 68 million liters per day. That was a reaction to the statement by the Comptroller General of Customs last week that saw the lie. Let me start by saying this. In February 2020, the Directorate of Petroleum Resources, DPR, disclosed to the whole world that the consumption rate, daily consumption rate of fuel in Nigeria was 38.2 million liters. 38.2 million liters. And that is the body in charge, that had the information. Barely 15 months later, NNPC came out to say the figure had ballooned to 102 million liters per day. Please listen to me. From 38 million to 102 million. About 2 months later, June 2021, the government was embarrassed. And President Buhari, as Minister of Petroleum Resources, the President is also the Minister. He ordered, listen to me, the President ordered the NNPC reduce the figure from 102 to 60 million liters. So, and that was done. But a few months later, Mr. Mele Kyari, GMB on NNPC, came out to say,
is there anybody there?
That about 40 million liters were being smuggled out of Nigeria daily. Please. Last week, the Comptroller General of Customs, KENYAN retired, came out publicly and in a very scientific manner to say that NNPC was deceiving Nigerians. And he asked the NNPC, if you say we are consuming 60 million liters, why are you releasing 98 million liters every day? That means 38 million liters are being smuggled out daily. Where are the tankers conveying them? Where are they taking them to daily? NNPC now said this morning, it's no longer 102. It is now 68 million liters per day. We say with profound respect, in the first place, there is a shame that ours is the only oil-producing country in the world that imports fuel and other petroleum products. Number two, and we want to say this publicly, that the NNPC had acquired a software 7 years ago to monitor and track every tanker loading fuel in Nigeria. And that software, that system was installed with about 50 billion naira. Now, why are you not using the mechanism in place to know who is taking fuel to where? Secondly, you are told that 400,000 barrels of fuel, oil, crude oil, are stolen daily in Nigeria. Oh yeah, that's what the government is. Because this is why you must listen. This is why we must listen to ourselves. Now, that again is not possible. Nigeria is the only producing country that has refused to install a meter to know how much oil is produced daily. The The government of, oil thieves has refused to install the necessary technology. The last one, you are told now that pipelines or pipeline contracts are being awarded at colossal sums of money. Again, this is very barbaric. To go and get a contractor in town to come and be monitoring pipelines for you. There is a company on kilometer 40 Lagos Ibadan Road that has the technology to monitor all pipelines in Nigeria. Again, the government has refused to acquire the technology. Why they do this? Why the government has refused to be modern is this. If they install the technology, there won't be stealing. That's all. So we are saying here today that the NNPC must disclose to Nigerians why the software acquired 7 years ago has been disabled by the government, so that tankers, so-called, can take out fuel. Fuel is taken out by tankers, not by Okada. So you will need at least 2,000 tankers to take out the quantity of fuel that they are saying is smuggled out of the country. And that is not possible. The other one, please. And this is the last point. We are also challenging the government to install the machine, the meter, it's a meter, that allows the government to know how much quantity of fuel that is produced daily. And then the fuel is monitored, the crude oil is monitored wherever you are going to. There is an international shipping company called Lloyd's. Every ship that takes fuel from anywhere in the world is monitored. Our fuel, the way our oil is stolen in this, at the point of taking out the oil, listen to this, just like an Toyota Park, the ship is loaded. Then they say, how much oil is there? The criminal taking out the fuel will say 50,000 liters. They will then collect money, just like Agro. In 3 years, between January 2011 and December 2014, it was discovered that crude oil that left Nigeria for one port only in America, Philadelphia port alone, the fuel not recorded in Nigeria, taken out of there, but recorded in that port was 62 million barrels. Please, valued at $12.7 billion. Up till now, the government has refused to collect the money. So when they tell you this year, in 2002 budget, 443 billion naira was voted for fuel subsidy. But by June, July, they increased it to 4 trillion. Your National Assembly people, and that's why we should stop making ourselves. Your National Assembly people, including the people from Lagos, all of them, 24, please listen, 24 members of House of Rep are from Lagos. 3 senators.
All right. So the progressives, that's where I wanted to land. From 400 and something billion, a lot of it is just a tale of woes. But to crescendo of it, the 400 and something billion naira oil subsidy leaps within 6 months to 4 trillion, 4 point something trillion, and it just gets signed off by the House of Assembly. So that assertion and Alexander Gomez's super chat, Bill Gates almost certainly not richer than Babangida, But I don't think even Babangida is the richest Nigerian anymore. The progressives.
Babangida is old school, man. Babangida is it's nowhere near. If you put Emilokon, if you put Emilokon weight half of it somewhere, Babangida will just lost. These people, what you see, it is hard. It is hard, for people like myself, yeah, because I grew up. I know that there are a lot of people who were like opportune, but people like myself, I grew up in where you say proper poverty. So I grew up maybe going to school most of the time without shoes on. So that was the kind of life I grew up in. So when I see things like this, then I look at my upbringing, then I try to not want to, have this anger in me. But it is hard not to, because when you look at what people are doing, so I am fortunate today. I'm where I am now, okay? But there are children out there who are still going through that same thing that I went through as a child. There are children out there who most may not even have that opportunity or may not be able to get out of that country the way I did. What will become of them tomorrow? These people are playing with people's life. They are playing with people's future. They are playing with people's aspiration, people's dream, and they just do it without any form of conscience in them. How much money do you need in this life that we have today? How many rooms are you going to sleep? How many cars do you need? What do you need all these things for? You're going to die one day, and it's just going to be a lifeless body inside a casket, right? I've never seen anybody that died and then they buried them inside a Bugatti and put them inside the ground. It doesn't work like that. They put them in a casket.
Have you not seen a Ghanaian funeral? They buried them in Bugatti in Ghana. You should go and see a Ghanaian.
I've never seen that one, man. I've never seen that one. So you don't see anybody who died and then they build a duplex inside the ground, or they build a mansion inside the ground. They bury him inside that. No, they don't. What is the point? Why do you need all of this so much wealth? Why do you need so much money? I don't understand why. It baffles me, look, if you are doing a private business, a legitimate business, and you make so much money, right? In fact, you still don't need that much money. You can still do a lot to help the most vulnerable in the society, right? But a situation whereby you are not even taking from these people, children who do not have roof in their schools, children who have not eaten to school, children who cannot afford to buy uniform to go to school. When these children are sick, their parents cannot afford to take them to the hospitals. The future of these children is what is being destroyed by these idiots. And how they can't even sit down for 1 second and think about it. It baffles me. It just baffles me. Are you that? And these people will wake up and they go to church. This is the reason why I don't like going to church, because I don't know the kind of people that I'm going to be sitting with. I'm sitting by the side of next man
you don't go to church. You don't believe in God.
I don't want to go into this conversation.
Okay, don't worry. You are a traditionalist. It's okay to be a traditionalist. That's all a lot of people are. No, it's just a depressing narrative. But we know these things are going on. But when you start to hear the figures, then it just it kills you somewhat. To go from 400 million to billion to 4 trillion something, and then because if it was telling us a narrative of how they stole just in one deal in 3 years from 2011 to 2014, $12 billion. This is money that is not coming in. That's $12 billion. That builds the second Niger bridge and the third one. That builds what's that called? That fourth mainland bridge. It will build that. That completes the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. We're talking about $12 billion. So that puts a world standard hospital or 3 even in all of the 6 geographical spaces within Nigeria, that carpets a lot of roads in Nigeria, that builds school. Just that $12 billion, it changes the lives of at least 50 to 70 million people, and it just disappears. And that's just one deal, you know? So it's a
one
real
man.
thing. Yeah.
One man.
Yeah.
One man is the 50 billion naira software for me. Like, I was just laughing. Like, I'm like, who wrote that code? I really want to know. Like, 50 billion naira just to monitor something that you already know how many tankers is being taking the crude oil anyway. 50 billion naira for software.
Even
that was
no, I think that's I think that's justified though. If that 50 billion naira spend, if it's
billion,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's billion. If the 50 billion spent, if it's able to checkmate, to let us know how much, because that money, it tells you how much oil is being pumped in Nigeria. So all of this, because they are doing it manually at the moment and declaring whatever they're saying they are declaring. So there is no automated system that actually monitors. It's a manual system. So
that was the point Falana was trying to make as well. Like, it's not the money, it's the
50 billion.
They are not using the software. They are not using the
justified.
software. But are we surprised?
One man, do you know, is it not intentionally? It is intentionally.
It's
not
intentionally now, because if they are counting it, then they can't steal it now.
Me, I'm not surprised anymore. A country where termites and monkeys carry money, billions of naira disappear, and they tell you it's termites, it's monkey.
Even the amount of liter of refined petrol that they are telling you that the people are smuggling, they don't even have these people. This is what I said to you earlier on. These people will just talk in the public space.
You know, there's no petrol being smuggled. I think it's the point that Falana, and more to the point, the customs chief Ahmed Ali. That's the point they are making, because they are saying for that to happen, it will take at least 2,000 tankers of petrol.
Exactly. Where they're going to.
So they're just invoicing that into the subsidy space and just taking the money. So they'll invoice that to the Nigerian state and just take the money, because the physically is an impossibility, you know. So they just by pronouncing it, it comes into being, and they just take the money.
And people are telling me to listen. One more for me. I want to write off that country, but I just for say
you can't now, because you know you need your bungalow in the village now for when you retire. So that's the thing. We all need our bungalow in the village.
Yeah, but it is hard. It is heartbroken the way the thing is. Like, you know, you thought Jonathan time was bad, right? You thought Obasanjo time was bad, but you come to this one is worse. It's like,
Buhari has been a real disappointment, because the reputation that he came in with and the man that he has turned out to be, they are so vastly, because he came in as a disciplinarian, he came in as an anti-corruption czar, he came in as a military man that has tackled insurgency with that he went into Bekasi and he took over under Shagari. So he came in with all of this reputation. So if he had even done 10% of his reputation, the country would have moved forward. But the total opposite of everything that he came in, the corruption is the highest the country has ever had. The insecurity is the highest the country has ever had. All the ministers, they are just running haywire. Nobody is in charge of anything. So the total opposite of the reputation that he came in has been the lived experience of Nigerians. At least the biggest disappointment so far, and we are not short of disappointing governance.
Oh man, if you remember when Fashola said that the money for that second Niger bridge, right, had already been, I can't even remember the language he used for that. That as in the money they've already sourced the fund.
Yeah, they perfected it under good luck, Jonathan. Yes,
they sourced the fund 100% already. Then last time this bridge was already almost complete. And last time they said they returned Abacha, they said they're going to spend some of the money on the second Niger bridge. I said, what money are you spending on the second Niger bridge again? I thought we already paid for this thing complete already. Why are you spending some of those money on the second Niger bridge? So these people, they will talk. They'll just talk. As if people does not listen to them, and then they'll come tomorrow and they'll say another dumb stuff again in public space, something that doesn't make sense. So and nobody will just say anything. Everybody will just be quiet. Then you expect the country to move. Even if you elect a good leader, the branches that the man look, even the person, if he's able to fix 10% of Nigerian problem, it will age 50 years. That is how bad it is.
I don't think they will let anybody fix the problem, because they've grown too fat. And then imagine somebody that is used to making about $200 million every week, and then you come in and it's been doing that for 20 years and it lives like that, and then you come in and you say you want to stop corruption.
Don't forget,
some of this, they will just kill you off.
Exactly. Some of those our military people, they are also involved in that in those things. So if you are the president, you are trying to stop it, they'll just tell you, Benny, behave yourself before we go and remove something from your aircraft.
Remember when they were dropping the aircrafts of some chief personnel? The army. Sorry, I think Emilokon wants to come in. Emilokon, you wanted to say?
Yeah, man. I want to greet everybody on the platform and our listeners. Please like, share, and subscribe as usual. Look, it is why that, in fact, from the video you just played, I want you to pick the psychology of the average Nigerian there. The man was quoting.
Yes, and they were acting like Agbero. Oh, it's unbelievable.
And you can just imagine. Can you just see it and now extrapolate that on the entire space to see our kind of typical reaction towards issues? That's
they told us the youth are wise now. The youth are wise now.
Could you not hear them singing Baba or Baba or Baba? The guy is telling you that they are robbing you blind and they are killing your life, and you are turning it into cruise.
That's all should be as silent as a graveyard or cemetery, so that people can really understand what is happening, so you can assimilate properly. Look at what they are playing with. You can, and that is it. And that is just the culture that
everything is goes grass. They turn it into goes grass.
If Nigeria as a whole is sold, that same attitude is what we will receive from this generation of people. Because you can't find the youth there. People who are there from maybe late 30s, thereabouts.
They sound like students from because it's a student-like reaction. Hey,
an average student would never react like that because he or she understands gravity of such a statement. How can you say that in 400,000 barrels of crude oil is stolen every single day? From 2012 to 2014, that amounted to 12-point-something billion US dollars.
They should not be using that word stolen. They should be saying there is taking. It's because they are taking it. They're just taking it.
No, of course it is basically stolen. Let us even be frank. It is still stolen because they don't do it. You not see it in the report that it was there. You get the point. So you can't say they took it, but they took it because they believe they own Nigeria. They believe they own Nigeria. And this is one of the things why I'm clamoring for resource control. Let every region manage their own resources. Look, if every region is,
they can't do resource control because of the oil. That means the oil will default to the creeks. Imagine they can't do that now. They won't do that.
And they won't do it. But it's better we start doing this because of what moment? If these people are the ones in the south with this their culture and tradition, no southerner will be able to touch that oil. Look at the golds in the north, for example. Look at the resources in the north. Woman, I said there are a lot of resources in the north. No, you can't just go there and touch anything anyhow.
If you remove the oil, the north is actually richer than the south because they have more gold than Ghana. They have emerald. They have iron ore. They have uranium. They have, what is this thing that Elon Musk, lithium that Elon Musk is. They are more mineral rich than the south if you remove oil.
Look, one man. You see that language of resource control is another word for let us be the ones stealing our own oil.
Yes.
Look, progressive, forget let us steal. Progressive, look, you don't understand the gravity of this thing. Because it is now a federal government thing, everybody sees that place as a cake. So everybody wants to take their own and leave. Look, if it is something that you manage within your own region, trust me, eventually equity will come, judgment will come. You can even judge your people eventually as time goes on. It won't last, but with this Nigerian system, this thing can perpetuate for infinity years, for
But
eternity.
it has been though. It's not a new thing, by the way.
Nothing.
I think pretty much from the Babangida era, because he as they infamously say, institutionalized corruption in Nigeria. So since the Babangida era, it has been a free for all. Everybody just goes in, you shoot your way in, you loot richer than Mansa Musa, and you walk away. That's just the yeah.
But Miloko, don't let us stereotype the North. Oh. When it comes to these oil thefts, it's across every region. Do you know that? So this is not about North.
Look, when I say the North, it's not the average Northerner. The average Northerner does not even benefit from this thing. But it is the people who represent the North, the elites. Yeah, they are the one who are making this. Go and check how many Southerners are mining gold in the North. Compare it to the number of people taking this fuel in the South. And now check those who are representing the federal government in terms of oil issues. They are mostly Northerners. And they are the ones who drag us back because they do their own thing because apparently it's not their land. They don't care about the ecology. They don't care about the ecosystem there. They don't care about how the pollution affects you. They don't really care deep down. And that's why they can spend the money anyhow.
The biggest oil baron in Nigeria is a guy called Indimi. He's from Borno State.
You see?
Do you know who his son married?
Yes, now the son married. This is not I know it's one of these governors or
no, Buhari's daughter.
Buhari's daughter. Oh, yeah, this lady. Yeah. Nadia, is it Nadia Buhari or what's her name again?
And who is the Minister of Petroleum?
That of course is Buhari.
Look at that. It's unbelievable. They are not even sophisticated about it. That's really
one man, they don't need to be so sophisticated about it. They don't need to do it. That's why they do it. These things they do it. It's more like a broad daylight robbery. They do it to the
and they're inviting you to do your work. They say we are stealing from you.
That's the problem now, and that's why I was wondering why these people shouting. Those people shouting when Falana was talking, because there is nothing anybody can do. If you talk, it's either they kill you or they lock you up. There is nothing anybody can do. So all Nigerians could do now is to only shout. And you can see even this election coming is the only way Nigerians see they can actually fight for anything to go and cast their votes. That's why everybody's shouting PVC, because that is the most they can do. The one they tried, answers, what was the outcome of it?
Do you think they'll let the election? Do you think they will let the election get in the way of their scam?
That's the problem. There is true. Even if let's assume Obi comes in as president, it will be difficult because there are several cabals, a deep-rooted gang up that has been run for years. It's hard to fight it. It's really hard to fight.
They are too rich and too powerful.
So
and they are too they've infiltrated. Every strata of the system. They own the system. They own the military. They own they own. They've. Oh God, there's no escaping these people. I don't think. I can't see how we can escape them.
One man, you see, there was a when you mentioned Babangida earlier, right? I think the damage that Babangida did to Nigeria, I think people are kind of underestimating the level of damage that the decision that man made at the time to annul that election. It's almost like a turning point in the history of that country. The country was going bad, right? But it was coming from a good place. into a bad place. If Babangida if he did not annul that election at that time, I believe that this Nigeria would have not been where we are. We would not be where we are today. Not because maybe Abdullah is a miracle person, but I just feel like things hadn't got this
My
bad.
brother, that's the
It would have been.
problem. That's why they didn't allow the election,
It
because
would have.
if he comes, he will come and block all these things. They don't want somebody that will come and block it.
I don't think
For
Abiola
them.
will block it. I think Abiola was equally as Abiola used to be a notorious funder of coups now, so he was part of the clique.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, one man, is this: is that the country in itself, I'm trying to explain, the country in itself was heading in this direction, right? And that was like almost like a turning point. If we had gone into a democratic setting at that time, right? The level that we are today, I'm not sure that we would have gone this bad. That is what I'm trying to say, because the mindset of the people, the mindset of the people at that time hasn't gone to where it is today. Because I remember that election very well. I remember the way my parents used to do this. The way people, the way we think now, the way the younger ones think now, the level of corruption. Everybody's a beggar in Nigeria today. You go somewhere, Chema, Afana, Chema, everybody become. It was not like that at that time. So if we just avoided, I wish we were able to avoid that situation at the time. I still believe that we would have been in a better place today.
Look, anyway, you have a point, though, I believe.
Yeah, you have a point, honestly.
Yeah, that's fact. But the thing is just that greed will always be greed. There's that thing is there. Greed will always be greed. While there was no civilization like this, that it was slavery, our leaders were greedy at those times. That was why the British could really overpower them and overcome them, because within the system there was greed. Why is it that today they praise the city of Benin City? It's because one way or the other, there is in that city as at then there was true governance, and greed was limited, so it was difficult to conquer those people. But look at it compared to the other places that they were conquered. They marched on so easily, because even when a king can simply say, "Oh, just take some rubbish 10 people and give me a mirror so I can see myself in the room." So greed has always been there. That has been our culture, and maybe it's because we are blacks. I don't know. I think that's the only way I can pick it up. It's like this black skin, one way or the other, is caused like that. That on the average, on personal level, you can outshine your competitors. You can perform wonders. But on the collective,
I'm not sure that we can blame it on the black skin. No, I just think a lot of it is anyway. I suppose there is that, because there is no real one black success story. But to what Akim was saying, just to disagree with you somewhat, I think it was actually Buhari that destroyed Nigeria. Because let me show you the point that I think that Nigeria was destroyed. This, I think, is where the destruction of the country started. Watch this.
Of the Supreme Military Council.
The people running Nigeria have come and gone quite quickly since independence, but the time
solemnly swear
circumstance seldom changes, and so it was at the swearing-in ceremony in Lagos. 16 military governors were sworn into power on Wednesday. They read their oaths of allegiance to the man who led the New Year's Eve bloodless coup, chairman of the new Supreme Military Council, Major General Muhammad Buhari.
Approve your appointments as military governors for the 19 states of the Federation.
General Buhari reminded Nigeria's new rulers of their obligations and his aim to regain international credibility for the country. One of the council's first acts was to give armed citizens 2 weeks to surrender unlicensed firearms and ammunition, or...
So that's the point that's the point that I think Nigeria went wrong. When it took over from Shagari, that was the point that Nigeria...
Can I come in, woman?
Yeah, let's say from a rational mind, yeah.
Well, I will have to disagree with you on that.
All right.
We all know why Buhari took over from Shagari.
Why? Remind us.
It was massive. I don't know if anybody was born by that time. I mean, anybody here will remember. there was massive corruption. So that is, in fact, that is where we started getting it wrong at that point. So Buhari coming into power was because of the gross corruption under Shagari. There was. We're not saying that Buhari did not have his own shortcomings, but he stemmed that tide and he reversed a lot of it during his own time. So if you say Buhari, no, Buhari wasn't that. I know Buhari back then in 1983-84 when he came to power. I mean, you hardly hear of corruption, and if you do hear, I mean, it's been tackled. So, but then if you talk about corruption, it started heavily under Shagari.
No, it did not.
It did.
It did not.
Okay, give me your evidence, whatever evidence you have.
Buhari taking over the government from Shagari was nothing to do with corruption. It was about business and money. About Buhari, you remember that it was Obasanjo that handed over to Shagari, and it was Buhari that was the Minister of Petroleum under the Obasanjo military administration. Okay. And that was the first time. That high-level looting was recorded in Nigeria. Just the level of looting that we're talking about. I'm talking about the $2 billion that he disappeared as the then Minister of Minister of Petroleum, who had charge of NNPC, and they traced it to Midlands Bank in the UK under his name. So that was when corruption heavily first came in, and then they handed over to Shagari, but then they could not sustain because, like I said, they've grown so fat in their living. And when they got rid of Shagari, it was really, what was the corruption under Shagari? Was it not that time that Alhaji was just taking a few $100,000? Was that the corruption?
No.
Yeah.
No. You're not putting. I mean, you're not. Well, that's your perspective, which I understand, and I won't deny that fact that during Obasanjo, even Shipela sang it, one of his songs. He said 2.8 billion dollars. Oil money still missing. And that was what you were referencing.
And who was the petroleum? No, the money was actually traced all the way through to Midlands Bank, which is now being bought by HSBC.
That was for Buhari, IPTF, International Tif.
No. We're talking about...
And that was the first high recording of high-level looting in Nigeria, and it was attributed to Buhari.
One man. I understand what you're saying, and I kind
of... So him coming in to chase out Shagari was not to cleanse anything.
No, it was. There was massive corruption in the civil service, even among the executives. I mean, it's like we have to go back and revisit those issues of that time, and for us to understand why he came to power. I'm not saying just justified. It's not justified by that he had to unseat a democratically elected government.
I was going to say that. I was going to say that as well. That if he felt that there were corruption, then it's up to the people to elect the government. But, so that is not up to him to make that decision. And what you need to ask yourself is this: why does it that man he loves to be Minister of Petroleum? He's been Minister of Petroleum more than anybody in the history of Nigeria.
Even he was under
Abacha. Under Abacha, he was there as well. Now he became president, he made himself Minister of Petroleum. Only in one, how many times are you going to be? And every time he's Minister of Petroleum, it's all looting. That is the man that they told us is not corrupt. Every time he wants to be Minister of Petroleum. I don't understand. What I was trying to explain to you was that I know that the country was going in the wrong direction. I said, what I was trying to say was, if Babangida never annulled that election at the time, right? I believe that the ship of the state would have been able to turn back to the right direction, because that Abacha, I think people are underestimating the damage that the Abacha government did to that country. It was so bad. One man, I can remember in Benin then, you see this all this Nissan bus that they used to do local transportation, right? Panel beaters, they will now design it like a V-boot, cut that is when I started seeing they will put coffee, this coffee on top of a vehicle. Vehicle becomes so heavy. Panebita they were making so much money because the sanctions that we were undergoing at that time was so tough, was so hard at the time, So the damage that was done under that government, we would not have experienced those difficulties, those challenges if
what government are you talking about?
Abacha.
Abacha.
Yeah. Okay. So if we had not undergo that Abacha's period, at least we would have been able to fix some of the damages that we went through during Babangida time. Just annulling that election for me. Since then, I don't that man when you just mentioned, but because I could remember vividly how people went to queue and vote in that election, the level of hope that people had at that time that things were going to start to become, things were going to start to get better. A lot of people were so hopeful at that time, and before you know it, they just announced on radio.
Progressive.
Yeah.
Let me. I want to ask one man a question. During Obasanjo as a military head of state, he did Festac. I don't know if you are aware of the Festac 77.
I think we all are. Carry on. Yeah.
So, you know how much Obasanjo spent on developing just Lagos Federal Capital City. The massive construction that was going on under him. Of course, we know about the oil boom of the 70s.
Are you going after Tinubu again? Are you going to?
No, I'm not going. Yeah. I'm not doing that. Maybe it's not far from my mind at this point.
All right.
What I'm saying is, yes, there was 2.8 billion naira. 2.8 billion dollars missing, but Obasanjo utilized the money under his government that he got under his government for massive, like National Theatre was built during Obasanjo's time. What's it called? Festa. The houses there was built during Obasanjo. So Obasanjo did a lot of projects with the money that he got during his administration. So basically, if you're talking about just the 2.8 billion naira that you said was later traced to the Midland Bank you talk about. But the point I'm trying to make is that the corruption we've seen, the fall of that country, started with Shagari. I'm not saying that Obasanjo or that.
No, I can't say I agree because the first big case of mass corruption to the level that we're seeing now it traces back to the Buhari name as petroleum minister.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Under Obasanjo's military
I'm putting it to you on a grander scale. That was just a minute, just within.
A minute, 2.8 billion. Do you know what that is today?
It's a huge.
Even at then, one man, $2.8 billion at that time.
I understand. But later we
and that is the first instance of that level of corruption in the country.
Agreed. But it was later traced, right? Maybe they recovered it or not.
They recovered waiting. When was that ever happened?
But I'm saying that money was later traced, 2.8. But I'm talking about that is just within some clique of some group of people. We're talking about a massive, widespread corruption that was just let loose, like the one we're seeing right now with this man that is there right now. Everybody's just stealing.
Because that was the template that the preceding military administration left. So they left a template of corruption.
No, they did not.
Okay.
They left a template. Well, I don't know what you mean by template.
When we're telling that $2.8 billion was stolen, and you're saying they didn't leave a template of corruption.
They didn't leave a template, no. Well, if you want to say template, let me know. Let me argue that with you. But what I'm saying is this: when I say massive, we're saying in an expanded way. This is just only limited during Obasanjo's time.
Cite an instance.
During Obasanjo's time, $2.8 billion that was missing basically was maybe the only thing that you could talk about that was so massive.
No, that was the highlight. There were several instances of corruption as well. Cite an instance of a similar weight corruption under Shagari.
Under Shagari.
Yeah.
You know the one down net, Umar Diko, this other guy, this Malam guy, so many of them, even in the civil service, there were so many massive looting.
So there wasn't corruption in the civil service pre the Shagari administration.
It wasn't as widespread.
It wasn't widespread.
It wasn't as widespread as Shagari. Oh, I wish somebody that will leave that time could maybe comment, talk more on that.
No, one man, one man.
I'm saying
That
that.
is,
Go on.
yeah, go ahead.
Go on, just go on.
I think that issue of civil service, massive looting within the civil service, that was not true. That was the excuse that Babangida gave to decimate the Nigerian civil service at the time. It was one of the excuses that he gave to destroy the civil service at the time. That is why you see a lot of people that were retired at that time, they never had anything. They didn't have anything for themselves. They came out with nothing. That was why you see this change of mindset today, whereby civil servants, that is what they reference to when you see those permanent secretaries stealing Nigeria dry the way they are doing today. They reference to what Babangida did to the civil service system at the time. A lot of people that lost out of that civil service system had nothing after how many years of service to the state. They had nothing to their name.
Like one man said, talking about corruption.
Talking
about corruption templates, I think that's what Progressive was trying to say about Abacha nullifying that election. That if Abiola had come in, he would have created a standard and like a template for people to go by when it comes to democracy in that country. Because after then, all we have since democracy is just corruption everywhere. But if Abiola had come in, like Progressive was saying, with that hope everybody was hoping for and all that, that would have been a standard when it comes to governance in that country, which we don't have today.
All right. All right. So round off your thoughts. Progressive. You've held but then you've held it interestingly. But round off your thoughts, and then I'll go on to DOG.
Yeah, well, we've talked about a lot of things now on top of what we're talking about. So
yes,
you might as well just continue to the next person because I think.
All right, Brea, you forgot where you were.
Yeah, I appreciate the time.
All right, thank you, Progressive. So on to you, DOG, and we started it off with this now. Sheikh Gumi's Man Friday that the DSS has sent Interpol to arrest in Egypt. So what are you making of that development, DOG?
If the guy was arrested in Egypt and he was being detained or being facing the law in Egypt, it would have been better. But being back in Nigeria is nothing. And going back to what Progressive is saying about everything looks like it's being planned. Because there was somewhere I was actually, to buttress that point, there was somewhere I saw, was it yesterday, that bandits now are catching thieves in the north.
Handing them over to the police.
Handing them over, so I think, so what are you trying to paint the bandits? The bandit not even worse than a thief that just probably a burglar that has just gone to steal maybe TV or something, So to me, I think what Progressive said earlier on is just the case. Buhari is leaving, is their man. Obviously, they all have to leave now because they have no backbone, they have nobody supporting them. And if we look at it, to even buttress that point, when it came to grazing routes, that man was on grazing route for almost 2 years, talking about grazing routes. It was just in support of his people. ASU is on strike. They need money. There are several things that need to be funded in the country. No, you went and give Niger money. You are doing train to Niger. So everything Progressive has really said about that is where I stand to. Like, it's just all planned out. They are just doing all this to look as if they are doing something about it. They are not doing anything about it. It's not the same DSS that went to Igboho's house. The same DSS invited Gumi that goes to meet bandits that are killing people every day. Igboho is not killing anybody. Igboho is trying to tackle the bandits that are coming to kill his people in their farm, that killed his uncle and killed several other people in other parts of Nigeria. They went to his house, killed people, locked him up. That's why he's not even a free man till today. Even though he's free now, he's not even really a free man. But Gumi went to DSS for questioning. He even came out and said, oh, they didn't arrest him. There was never an arrest. He was even boasting. is that not a man that should be locked up and be really interrogated if it's a sane country? So all this thing, I think, is just drama, because that country now, even now, politicians are doing skits to get at themselves. It's just a joke.
All right, brilliant. You say politicians are doing skits. Is this it?
Good evening, sir. Security. Sir. Good evening. How's it? Fine, sir. Okay. Any problem? Yes, sir. Sir, there's a gentleman outside. Name? Senator Dino Melai, sir. Dino Melai? Yes, sir. But there's a sign at the gate. You know this. Yes, what does the sign say? No lepers, no stray dogs, no pigs, no ill-bred country bumpkins, no desperate clowns, and no gutter snipes. So you know very well that creatures like that cannot enter my space or my property or my house. You know this? Yes, sir. So please, just find something for him and let him go. Okay. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. And as he's going, or anybody approaches him, be careful. He has a particular weakness when it comes to men's backsides. Okay, so be careful that he doesn't violate you in any way. Okay, sorry, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And there it is. This is where we are now. This is where we are.
You know, they are now doing skits to get at themselves, and even him talking, is he not a desperate clown himself? You know, so all these guys are just jokers. They are not going to take us anywhere. That country is not going anywhere. And I even think where people are really making the mistake now is the focus now is on the presidency. And for people that are listening in Nigeria that really want good for them, they need to start thinking grassroots now, because the councillor you elect, the chairman you elect, the governor you elect, the honorables, the House of Rep people you elect will do you more better than thinking of the presidency, because everybody's more focused on the president. But if you've elected the wrong councillor, elected the wrong chairman, a wrong governor, a wrong House of Rep, because House of Rep alone, I don't see why any constituency should suffer water, should be short of water, because the money they even allocate to those people monthly could do borrowing in all their constituency and nobody will really suffer for water. So I think people are just really focused on that. Oh, Peter Obi, and just gonna go vote anybody in when it comes to their own locality, which is what really, I think, is what really matters. Because if people in your locality, people in charge of your locality are doing well, you will feel it better than what the president will be doing up there, you know. So people need to wake up to all these things. And
DOG, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you know why people are more focused on the presidency than the the people you talk about?
I don't get it myself, to be honest. If you tell me,
I mean, it's if you look at how the system operates in that country, the thing trickles down from the top to the bottom. Meaning, like, for example, if you're, I don't know if you have anybody who's a councillor. I know you talk about politics a lot on this platform.
Yeah.
What
role, I know a lot of people like that, yeah.
With the way the constitution is structured in that country, what role can a councillor or a local government really play? I mean, what is the? I mean, do you know how much they give to them?
Let me tell you something. What I've noticed is you even see all those people. Those ones get allocation from the states. But those those people in the House of Rep are even thieves. And I think if anybody wants to contest for an elected position in Nigeria, those are the easiest, that nobody can impeach you, nobody can question you. You just do what you want and you live there. Because as at 1999, I know people that are federal honorables. These people don't talk in Naira. I help them send messages, I read their messages. These people go with 2 different girls to Dubai. They talk in foreign currency. Some of them, as at that time, allocation monthly is not their salary, because they get wardrobe allowance, petrol allowance, different newspaper allowance. That's how bad it is. Newspaper allowance.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is this: if you look at the whole thing, the whole way the country is structured, I think I've debated that here on One Man's platform. Why does a member of the House of Rep need to be given money to do borehole What is the use of a local government?
It's not that they give them money for ball. They have a function, Abi. So
What's the function?
if you
In
vote
view,
if you vote the right person, it's just like the presidency. You have a function as a president, and people look at, okay, what Peter will be saying. It looks like somebody that will function properly and do what is meant to do. But most of the people being elected in all this position are just there for themselves. So even if you don't have to do ball, it doesn't have to be ball. You just look at your constituency and look at what they need. Even if it's the schools, you think, okay, they need furniture. As the constituency rep there in that constituency, you can actually donate that chair and put whatever rep you have on the thing, like the state too would do on all those furnitures that they supply the schools. That's, you have to support your locality, and this is how the federal get in touch with the local people.
DOG, what I'm saying is this: we practice a messed up governmental system.
Yeah, but how are we practicing?
Listen,
because we are voting the wrong people. We are voting the wrong people.
No, the issue not being voting the wrong people. I mean that is one part of it. I agree with you on that.
I've seen a butcher. A butcher was elected as a chairman of a local government.
It could be a butcher, but what I'm saying is this: that a system whereby you have duplicity or triplicity or whatever I might call it. When you allocate money through the state to the local government. Let these house members go in there and make laws. That is what they are supposed to do. Don't give them any money for any whatever, for federal constituency or whatever. Let them go there and make laws. And in any way, they can bring in development to their area through their local government. They work in concert with their local government. But giving them money, okay, I will make one budget this year. Federal consistency budget to every member of the House of Assembly. State has their own money. Local government, my goodness. When will there not be massive corruption? Why don't you streamline this thing? Why don't you streamline
I get your point, but I think we are now talking about this because of how these people in those positions have been handling things. If, like now, nobody knows what Obi will do, but people trust him because they believe, oh, he's prudent, he knows how to run the government. So that is just who we need. Not like because they give them money. Because they give you money, but that money is meant for something else, but you are using it for your own purpose. It's just like when they put people in position, instead of you to go there and do things for the masses, most people are doing for themselves and enriching their generations to come. So that is the problem. And we are talking about this now and complaining about that practice because people are stealing money and embezzling the money. If people are doing the right thing with the money, I don't see anything wrong because whoever the president is won't come to my street in Lagos to come and fix the road there. It has to be people that in the locality, maybe the chairman, that will see and say, okay, my local government, if it's on that state road, you go to the state governor and say, in my local government, this, okay, from the money we allocated to the local government, go and fix that road. A lot of people are just in positions that they are figurehead. They just sit down, take salary and embezzle the money accosted to them. Commissioner for Works don't do anything anymore, and they still put people in that position every blessed time. Everybody comes in as a governor, that will be commissioner for Works, and they don't do jack shit. And that, I think that is the problem. It's not really the money being available to them. It's because they don't use the money for the right thing that they are meant to use. That's why I say people are voting the wrong people in their locality and thinking of voting the right person at the presidency. Because even if he's there, he will still practice the same thing. He will still want to allocate money to the House of Rep, to the constituency, to the governor will allocate money to the chairman. Even some governors refuse to allow an election for a chairmanship for local government. They are the one doing, they just appoint people to monitor each local government, who are not the chairman, so everybody is just doing what they want. That is the problem. So if now I have the wrong person, yeah.
I think what rational mind is saying is that we need to, you look, an average human being is a greedy person. Even the Peter Obi that we all glamour around today is not a saint, and he will never be a saint. When it gets to that position and everywhere is dark, there's tendency that he becomes greedy and amass some things to himself. That's just the point. That as a legislator, your role, your work is just to go and make laws and oversee what the executives and the others are doing. But because of the fact that it is a widespread belief that those who do contracts, that's where they make their monies from, and they want them to be satisfied as well. That's why that law was put in there. I mean, that's why that kind of thing was accommodated. Oh, you two can do this. But the fact remains that if we want to truly build a system, in a good system that works, the legislators are meant to just legislate and oversee. That is it. That's the best thing. What are they doing constituency projects for? For what? What's the constituency projects? You went there to represent the people. You are doing projects for them. You went there to be their voice, but you are coming back to do projects. Who asked you to come and do projects? But because this is just where we are, this is the kind of nation we are, this is the kind of people we are.
What I'm even saying is this. Look at it. Senator has their own constituency project. House of members has their own constituency project. Then go to the state level. The House of Rep. Oh my goodness, what kind of system is that? I mean, when you cannot account for money, where people just give more money to go and do whatever, and they, I mean, that is
what is your objection, rational mind? Is it the project or is it the corruption?
That they should not give them the money, that they are not meant to give them any money, which I understand.
It opens the door for corruption, because when you give money to different people, I mean, these people are.
So is it the corruption space that should be tightened up, or
it should be tightened up?
Yes, but you don't object then to the community projects in principle, but to the corruption.
No,
so what is your objection?
My objection is that they should not be given any money. Let them go and do their job. Go legislate. That is what you're supposed to do. Let the money for the development of a local government or area go. Let it trickle down to the sub-governmental system they have, which is the local government. Let them have the oversight over that.
But do you know that the federal constituency is being funded?
Oh God! Joji, don't keep talking over people now, please.
When you triplicate or triplicate or duplicate or whatever, I mean, whatever, multiply it. There's this multiplicity of roles that one person, one channel can do. You're giving that avenue for corruption. But when you streamline it to one part, which is from the state straight to the
is the community project, is it even legal? Is it what facilitates for it?
One man. That is the messed up democracy we practice according to the 1999 Constitution. That's what I'm trying to say. If we are really serious, a serious nation, a serious nation, a serious country, we would not be doing what we're doing right now. This is the same thing we've been doing for over the years, and it's the same madness we're seeing. So why don't you streamline it through one means, which is why do you have the local government? What is the role of the local government? Is it not to come to bring governance to the locals, make roads for them, build houses for them? I mean, so build schools for them, hospitals for them. I mean, these are the things they roll. I mean, all this pipe-borne water, it should even taken care of by the local government. Each local government has their own water works, whereby people you pay your utility bills, and I mean, this is how it's supposed to run. Why you give money to somebody who be doing the other time I was in Shita in I saw this guy. What's his name? This guy, former actor. What's his name?
Desmond Elliott.
He did one Paco bridge along that stadium road there, crossing to one of the estate there, and he said that's a constituency. Oh my goodness, give me a break.
Yeah, but is that not what the area needed? What
it's just the quality, and that's what we are talking about, and that's why
that should not be the concern of Desmond Elliott, my friends. It should be the concern of the local government. What is the local government doing? What is the council of that area doing? That is the point of.
I think what the federal government is trying to do is another way of the federal government reaching every locality from the House of Rep, and that's why I'm saying if we have people who are principled, not like people won't be attracted to wanting to embezzle some money, but at least if there is a proper plan in place for you to be able to account for the money that has been given to you, because obviously you've gotten your salary, you've gotten every allowance you're entitled to. So you have to come, and if they now do a thing, I don't see it wrong them giving them money, but they must make a plan in place where you can now come back and account for how you've spent the money. But how most of them spend that money is they come back to their constituency, call party meeting, put 5,000 in some envelope, put 10,000 in some envelope. They know who they call party members and give them money. They know who they are going to give the envelope of 5,000 to. They know the people they are going to give the envelope of, and that is the money. Instead of you to think of how you can do things, and there is nobody that is going to call you back to say, oh, the money we allocated to you this month, what have you done with it? If all those things are in place, I don't see anything bad, because I just think it's another way of the federal government helping the locality. Because this chairman, councillor is the state that funds them, not the federal government. So I think it's another way. So I don't see anything bad if a bit of help can be coming from federal government through that source. We just need people to do the right thing, and for federal government to put things in place for people to be able to account for that money, because you've already got your salary, you got all the allowances, even allowances that, as that when Obasanjo was president, the senator in Nigeria is earning more than Obama. That's how bad it is. So if they now give you money, why won't you do things for the community where you are from the constituency where you are from? That is where I have the problem. So I think they can do that, but the government that is giving them the money need to make people account for this money, what you've done. Okay, I've given maybe widows blending machine to do this, or I've given the farmers this. Come and account for the money they gave you for that month. That is where I think they should do, because I think it's a plus.
Should they even be doing that, GOG? I mean, listen.
No. Anything that brings development closer to the people is a good thing. So
it's a good thing, yeah.
Yeah. So anything that brings development closer to it doesn't matter the means. If it's done properly, then it has to be a good thing.
Let me quickly say this, please, guys. And I hate to use this because that's what I've had people say that, and that's what it is. We're trying to copy what is being done in the United States. If we must do that, let's just do that how it is, or maybe we do it in a way that makes it that works for us over there. But it has been seen that this very 1999 constitution, the way it's structured, is not working. Now, what I'm trying to say is this: during Obasanjo's time, we had ND, Nigerian Director of Employment. Each local government has that. Each local government. No, that's another messed up thing that is being done in Nigeria. A lot of conduit for corruption. Now, what I'm trying to say is this: a local government is the smallest, minute government that is brought closer to the people. Like here in America, each local government or county has employment agency. You go in there, they train you. There's a money that is earmarked from the county to that agency within that is a part of the county or the local government. You go there, you get trained as a construction worker, you get training in any kind of trades, installing HVAC or laying pipes or whatever. You'll be trained. Even if you want to be a seamstress, you want to sew, they give. Even there are some local.
All right,
what I'm trying to say is this, one man, that giving money to these legislators, they are not supposed to be doing that. Give the money to the local government. Let them create this welfare system within their local government where they can help their people. But when you are giving them this money, you give the local government.
But the money is being given to the local. The money is being given to the local government area at the moment. They are not being accounted for.
They're not being accounted for.
With the average councillor having like 3-4 hotels that is built.
I agree with you.
So what will be the purpose of?
Exactly where that's my point now. Like we need to elect people in those positions, because even this.
What is the excuse? Where's the excuse?
The excuse I'm trying to say here is that we are making the excuse why they should also be given money that they don't also account for. But if we streamline it to one branch, and we can ask them this question, because they're out of the picture now. We can question them that money you were giving, the 3 billion.
Are we questioning them? Are they not being given money now? Are the local
they are being given money now by the state?
Are they accounting for it? Are they not spending it on building hotels?
It's the same thing. I understand. I agree with you. So are you saying that we should give all that money rather than give it to local government? We should give it to the senators and the House of members?
No. What I'm suggesting is that the money should go to wherever it most impacts on the lives on the people to improve it. You know, so whether it's community project or the local authorities or whatever it is really the ultimate goal is to impact the people. And all of the pathways that the monies are coming through, none of them are impacting on the people. So removing it from the councillors and the reps, from the senators and the reps, and giving it to the local authorities, it doesn't. Yes, it doesn't. It doesn't move the lot of the people forward in any way.
Where you said really makes sense is if they can make them account for it, if there is a proper system that make them now account for that money, because they don't go back to say, oh, the money I got for last month, this is how I spend it. Because
Nigerians are confused. Nigerians are confused.
Exactly.
We have so many duplicity in the system that we don't even know who to hold. Should I hold my local government chairman, the money they gave to him, or should I hold this, or should I hold that person for not doing this project that
people don't even know they can hold some people. They don't even know they can hold some people for some things. You know,
DOG, streamline it to one person, then we'll make that person account for it.
That's but they're not making. Look, hold on. A rational mind. Do the local authorities at the moment, do they have a budget for projects?
Well, I don't know of that, but they should. I don't know.
I'm sure they do. What do you mean they should? Of course they do.
Because
are they carrying out the projects?
Do you want me to answer that question? Why?
Go on. Yeah.
The reason is because we have so many states now right now whereby their local government is not even functioning. They don't even have local government.
All right.
Hold on. Their local government is not functioning. They only have whatever they call them. I mean, they don't do election. All they just do is
in the states that the local authorities are functioning, do they have a budget?
They should. Yeah, they should.
What do
they do? Not they should.
What do you mean they should?
I can't say for a fact because
they do.
All right. Let's move on. So back to you, DOJ. Round off your thoughts on that space, and I'm moving on to another talking point.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, for me, the state is the one that funds the councillor, the chairman of the local government to do projects and all that. And I think for me, if you still need support of the government and you are doing well, if you go back to the state governor, he still support you and give you more money. I've seen a chairman that performed very well like that, that once the allocation finished, he goes to the governor, tender the project, account for how he has spent the money. The governor was really impressed. The governor keep pumping money into that local government. And everybody was complaining. The governor came out and said to people, this guy is performing, see this, see that, see that. And everybody, true, that guy is performing. So if they are giving money to everybody, the people are electing are the major problem. Because if you have a House of Rep in the constituency, you have a senator in the constituency, they get money, but that money don't even get to where it meant to get to. Like I said, I have example of people that come and just give money to party members, do a small party, cook jollof rice, kill one ram, give them food, laugh, gist, give them money. Is back to Dubai with 2 chicks and all that. So to me, I think a lot of Nigerians are missing the focus, and a lot of even councillors that are being councillors that say, oh, a youth is councillor, he's just going there to go and drive Benz and enrich himself too. So a lot of people are electing people. They are not even thinking about who we want to elect in this local government as chairman. They are not. Everybody now is, oh, the president. But if the president comes and is doing better up there, the people you've elected in, the president won't come and checkmate them or check or scrutinize what they are doing. And that is the problem. So the change we need to come from low to top, not just top there, because whatever the president is doing, the president won't go to an area in Ogun State, a street in Ogun State, and go and tie their road. He's the chairman of the local government. If it's a state road, the chairman of the local government is meant to be the one to go and call the state governor and say, this road. Then it might not say, okay, we will send people from the works to come and sort that out, or do it from the money we allocate to you, then we will sort it back. So I think that there is a massive problem that is even beyond electing the right president in that country right now. So for me, if they give them money, fine, but they need to make sure they find a way for them to account for the money that is allocated to every House of Rep, every chairman, even on state level, the governor must make the chairman and the councillor account for how they've spent the money, because you get your salary, you get all the allowances, even they get newspaper allowances. That's how bad it is. Newspaper. So from your salary, you can't buy newspaper. How much is newspaper? So I don't see any reason why people should now still keep that money that you are meant to use. And we are talking about a boy that was how did they say it in Nigeria now? I know being on handicap. The guy that was crying that poor is poverty, because these people are suffering. So they look for means and alternative ways to look for a way to get help. So they've tried to use that sympathy and empathy of people to get from people. That's how people will go and rent people's child. Some people will even steal people's child, use the child to go and be doing fine bara. Some people are corporate beggars. When I was working on the island, I've seen a lot of people that when you see them coming to you, you would think, this guy is probably a salad boy or some what's it called now? All these companies in the island coming, it will just come to you. The way they will even approach you, I've come for an interview. You would think, I need money to get to the mainland. You would think, so everybody is using a lot of different tactics and scope to survive in that country. A lot of people just dress up in the evening. They don't have a job, but they will dress up in the evening, shower with no money, and go to a bar. They will get drunk because they will see people that will buy them drink there. And Nigerians are used to that. Like, that's why it's easy for all these kids to go about and do all those tricks.
All right. And to the Nigerian experience in Kenya, I'm hopeful that you heard me read it out.
Yeah.
So yeah, to that space.
Yeah. I think the way we are being treated outside Nigeria sometimes is the way because our system and our government is. And aside that, I think a lot of Nigerians, outside Nigerians, are doing a lot of things, and they are actually messing the people that are doing well for themselves and following the rules of wherever they are and abiding by the rules. So I think some of these things is caused by the Nigerians. Obviously, they didn't just start looking at Nigerians like, Nigerians in most places, a lot of people, mostly out in African countries, South Africa, the life Nigerians live in all those countries, one man. I know a lot of people living in all these countries and they are made there, but the life some people live in that country, there is no way enviness and the way you people to carry yourself, there is no way that xenophobia thing won't start.
They try to override and ride the natives and dominate them.
And these things in our own country
and take their women, which is what people object to. We could go there and take their women.
So, and these things sometimes even Nigerians do it to themselves in Nigeria, but they get away with it because they probably connected or they have. I've said to people, if you have money now, you can have a Mopo escort, you can have military escort in Nigeria. A lot of my friends go to Nigeria now because of the kidnapping and everything. They have military escort that goes with them everywhere they go. Once you have the money and you know the right people, they will give you soldiers. You will just be giving them money every day. And they will follow you anywhere. They will go to bar with you. They will drink with you. They will have their gun with bullets in it. So, so it's quite crazy. So I think
God, are you not putting a target on your back though? When people are saying you move in with heavy security, then
Nigerians
you become a target.
You see, number one, if you have money, Nigerians will respect you. Even if you talk nonsense, they will say you are talking because people are suffering. So what they want to get from you is their target. If you say something wrong, they won't say you are saying something. Nigerians are the only one that I say because of what they want to eat. They won't tell the person what you've just done now is wrong. They will even support the person because all they are thinking of is what they want to get. So they will even look at you up there like, that guy goes with escort too. Because they were thinking, when you carry Rolls Royce or one mad G-Wagon and you have a Benz in front again that has one soldier in front of you and your driver, and you go everywhere, people will look at you, respect you. They won't look at you anyhow because everybody is hungry. People are looking for money. Baba, they will salute you. They will give you money. If you go to bar, they know you will buy them drink. So you are not even in danger. You are secured. You are secured.
All right.
So I think most of those things in all those countries, Nigerians themselves are the ones bringing it to themselves.
All right. And the airlines will sanction airlines selling tickets in foreign currency. So I mean, what are you making of that? Are they chasing business out of the country?
Of course, they are chasing business out. Even local, we are talking about even local flights now. Flying an economy is like flying a first class in Nigeria now. Even all the normal first class now is always empty because people flying first class now is the money they pay for first class, they now pay for economy. So everybody goes on economy, the local flight itself. So it's and I keep saying to people, I think this Buhari government actually has it has played a bad part in Tinubu's ambition. It didn't help his case. It's not helping his case. He just can't say it out because of what, obviously, he still needs his help. So he can't say that is not really helping his case in trying to be president of Nigeria, because everybody just, oh, it's APC, you are the one that brought him. And because the country has never been this bad. It's so bad that even young people now go out and do prostitution. Even some of the parents know that their daughter is prostituting already, but they don't have a choice because they need to survive. Some of them know. That's why some wives are getting pregnant, bringing somebody else's child to the house because they need to go and screw outside to get money from another man, because they can't feed the kids, they can't do anything, they can't do hair. And women, they want to do their hair, they want to buy shoe, even if it's cheap one, they want to look good. That's how bad it is. It's the economy. It's terrible.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you. So for time, let me go from you, DOG, and let me go on to RB. So RB, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So thank you, RB. So to this space, Sheik Gumi's Man Friday, international warrants to arrest him, arrested, repatriated to Nigeria. So what are you hoping to see as they follow through from this?
Thank you, one man. I hope please share, like and subscribe, share with your group, WhatsApp group and other social media you have. One man, about the guy, to me it's just like, I don't think the Nigerian security have a digital print of everybody in their system, or they know who is flying through the airport. I guess they don't even know the guy flew out until he got to Egypt before that happened. So they might be looking for the guy, but they don't know how to get, they don't know the movement of the guy. And the only way somebody else can help us get someone who is living in our country, it just shows we don't have a clue of what's going on, who is going out, who is coming in, how many foreigners are coming in, how many guns or anything coming into the country. We don't have a control of the whole country. And regarding the guy, I hope if the guy is according to what you're saying, is the head of Gumi and he's helping with I believe when you were reading about it, he was also a captain in the Nigerian what's it called?
No, I think it was
military?
actually Gumi that had a military background. Yeah.
Oh, it was Gumi that has the military background, not the guy. So I mean, it's just funny to me, even a little bit. Like, is this another department on its own where this guy have his aides also going to different states to go negotiate? Like, this is a whole business itself. And like someone said earlier, like, I'm pretty sure he's getting a big cut out of this whole money that's being given to the bandits and all these people. So it's business as usual. It should be going.
Why do you think the government has still not picked up Sheik Gumi? Because there's just so much. Even if it's not an arrest, certainly an invitation to chat. So how come they've not spoken to this guy in any formal manner?
I mean, I don't know if I have a friend who were talking like in the Nigerian military, and he was telling me about how even in the military, the ranks itself, they are compromised, right? Sometimes some people don't even know who is who. So at a point in time, in terms of what's it called, securities information, They don't know who is who in the ranking to share stuff with. So to me, Gumi, as much as it looks like it might look bad, it might also be a blessing because he's the only one that can connect the government to the bad guys. Our own security agency cannot do that. They are capable, but for some reason, things is not good within their network. There's just a lot of corrupt leaders and everything. So for what it's worth, even if the guy is a bad guy, for now, he's still a link to the bandit for the agency. So the way I look at it, they need the guy. So if they arrest him, then who's going to be the next guy to link them in case they try to get people from the bandits? For what it is right now, they might have things against him, but if they don't have someone to replace him, I don't think they can take him out.
They can arrest him and get information from him. Sometimes he even threatens the government, like, oh, you can't do this to these people. They will go ballistic with you guys. He threatens the government himself sometimes. If you listen
because
to him,
he's their mouth. He's their mouth. He's their mouthpiece. He's the bad guy mouthpiece.
That's what I'm saying. So if a government is serious in tackling this, they will arrest the man. They will source information from him. They have the machinery. They have the means to go into whatever information they can get from him and tackle this. But now you guys are living in 8 months and you're arresting his head. It's a joke.
But hold on. Looking at the Nigerian military right now, they are spread thin. In the south, in the south. We are talking about a lot of crude oil being stolen in the south. We don't even have enough military to do that. There is problem in the east, in the southeast, and in the north. They have so much guerrilla warfare going on within different regions, Zamfara to Sokoto to Borno. So how many fronts can they really? I don't think we are built for the problem we are seeing in Nigeria right now. It's really pulling the country apart. From south to north.
You're right. We are not built for it's beyond us, the problems we are facing.
Yeah, we're not. So Gumi, like I said, Gumi might be a blessing for them because at least they can find a way to. Maybe in short term. That's not people like Gumi is not is not a solution to them, right? But for now, like I was saying earlier, the military ranks. Some of them are compromised. They don't even know who is who in terms of information they need to share. Secret information, high level. So I don't know. Like I said, our military structure right now, we're not built for this. There's too much problem from different regions of the country.
Do you think Gumi would have been arrested under an Obasanjo administration?
Oh, definitely. Matter of fact, I think he wouldn't even be this popular. He's like a celebrity right now. Everybody knows Gumi in Nigeria. Pretty much if they say Gumi anywhere, all the way to Lagos, you know who they're talking about. The guy with the beard that looked like Osama bin Laden, a black Osama bin Laden guy. Obviously, if he's OBJ, definitely he wouldn't even be a person.
Yes, you are right. He wouldn't have gone this far before they would have just they would have put him in some room in Kuje.
But I have a question.
Yeah, go on.
What is Gumi's what are we accusing Gumi of, or what allegations do we have against the guy? Is it that because he is trying to negotiate between the government and the bandits, or what?
He has a close and deep association with the bandits, a direct association to the point that he knows where they are. He interacts with them directly. He even takes photographs with them directly. He advocates on their behalf with within the Nigerian space. And he justifies some of their excesses in terms of being saying that they're disadvantaged. He invites that the government should set up a ministry that is especially dedicated to these people, and is inviting that rather than go after them for all the mass killing that they have been doing for the last 7 years, that they should instead be given the same treatment that the militants in the creeks were given, so that they will give them money and give them opportunities as a reward for all their activities. So he advocates aggressively on their behalf.
Yeah, but should that be are those really sufficient enough for him to be apprehended?
Well, he has, like I said, he has direct contact with these people. He's taking photographs with them surrounding him with guns. So,
but that doesn't. Why I'm saying this is that we shouldn't just be emotional about it.
No, we are not being emotional. Who's being emotional? We're having a conversation.
No, right. I mean, we just need to look at it face value and just make that decision face value like that. Of course, bandits will have negotiations with government. I don't think it happens alone in Nigeria. It happens where you see government negotiating with terrorists. You see people who be the face of those terrorists and things like that. These things happen. But the issue there is that, do you need to arrest a Gumi before you know where these bandits are?
No, nobody is. Well, it could be arrested. There's justifiable reasons for him to be arrested. And if it's not arrested, it should certainly have interactions with the authority. Look at your screen. Let me share this photo with you. So there is Sheik Gumi in the middle there, and he's surrounded by all the warlords of the bandits. So every single person outside of Sheik Gumi that you're seeing in that photograph, they are wanted by the Nigerian authorities. But he has access to them. But if they are wanted by the Nigerian authorities, that is to say that the Nigerian authorities don't have access to them. So how is he able to access bandits? And you are seeing him on your screen there, surrounded by,
Oh man, this is obvious that the government doesn't really want, they don't want to get the bandits. For them to have these pictures and you're telling me the government can't trace these people, it's just basically that.
But then Sheik Gumi knows where they are.
You don't criticize Gumi on this. You don't question, this is not Gumi's problem. This is the government's problem.
You see this one with the something, that's one of the most wanted bandits in Nigeria. They're all Sheik Gumi's boys.
For me, it just sounds like we want to try and place a fault on someone and we just want to exclude the government. No, Gumi has no problem. If Gumi's house is accessible to the government can come and pick him. But apparently, he is just being neutral. Of course, you might say he has some kind of biased stand. No big deal to that. You can have people who are apologists.
Here he is again. Handing over, hopefully that's not money, that's the holy book. I'm hopeful.
But this is not his problem.
So it's just their spiritual leader as well.
He's not in the government. He's not part of the government people to make decisions. He's just a normal citizen like every other person. So if the government truly wants to get these bandits, look, normal intelligence would fish out these people. If it means just what do you call it now? Taping Gumi's house when he's not there. There are the simple things that can be done. We know how this. They want to. It's easy if they want to get these people. That is the fact. So it is not Gumi that would take them to where the bandits are. That for me. I can't really say that. That sounds nice. They don't need Gumi to take them.
But sorry to
Gumi can tape. Okay, if they believe that this person goes to meet these people, how long does it take to track somebody from there? You can master his routes and you can pick.
So are you telling me? Sorry, brother. Are you telling me you have people in the country that are killing people, attacking, vandalizing government property, blowing up trains, kidnapping people, doing videos, and there is just one person in the whole country that knows where they stay, that comes on live TV to back what they are doing up, that even warns the government against going to attack them, and you are telling me it's not part of your problem? I just believe the government are not ready to do anything. The government are probably in support of what they are doing. If not,
on this, or you're blaming the government now. You said the point. That's just it, because
I'm blaming the government, and I'm saying Gumi has a hand in whatever is going on. He's not just advocating for them. Then who comes out and advocates for bandits in that manner?
You can't just say Gumi has a hand in it, because Gumi is
Of course, he
is,
has a
is,
hand
is,
in
is
it because it
that is an
comes out to
assumption.
back what they are doing up, and warns the government against going
A-
to attack them.
Anybody can be an apologist to anything. That is it.
No, it's more than an apologist, though. I'm sure you can see the pictures the images that I've shown you.
I look one man.
That's more than an apologist. That's a direct involvement.
These same pictures, haven't you seen the governor of Katsina State that went with military people even
No,
to?
that's what about now. That's what about. So the governor of the Katsina State should also be arrested, or
So
certainly
that's
or spoken to. Whoever is facilitating for these people, and Gumi is an enabler. We can certainly see that. So he certainly has questions to answer.
One man. You can also see the last time, I think, before the this man that was turbaned, this bandit that was turbaned in is it Zamfara?
Yeah,
before
something. Yeah.
Before the turbaning, didn't they give the government agencies, security agencies, all the information that this thing will happen? That at least like over 100 bandits we come together at this particular zone for a particular ceremony. Look, these things are as easily accessed by. If the government wants to do it, then they can. So this is not Gumi's problem for me. This is no. We shouldn't just pin it on Gumi that he's part of it. He needs to. Okay, if you arrest him, what do you want to do with him? He should tell you where they are. Like you don't know where they are as the government. He should tell you what that you don't know.
No, you're not. Look, nobody's saying it's Gumi's problem, but Gumi certainly has some of the answers to the solutions because he has a direct association with these people, and he advocates on their behalf.
Hold on. Could you imagine if you have a pastor from south or southeast who is being seen with the high pub the way all the pictures one man just showed right now? You think that man still gonna be working without getting beat?
Come
on, man.
RB, this is the point. I'm not saying that it is right Gumi is working. No, don't let me even mix my thoughts together. What I'm saying is that if you have a pastor that is an IPOB apologist, but you have nothing against him, there's no reason for you to pick him. But because most of them our governments are simply wicked and they want to enforce law where it is not necessary, they will go and pick that person because
if that IPOB apologist pastor is seen in an ESN camp surrounded by people wielding heavy duty weaponry, and then he comes out to advocate for the ESN space that they should be treated with kid gloves. Is he an apologist?
Well, if the government says it's because apparently, look, you know my point. My point is that for the government not to have picked him, and we know what the government can do. And for me as a person, if he's just talking, negotiating on behalf of them, then look, it is a matter of negotiation with the government. It is free. He is a free person, and of course, because he's kind of a popular person amongst there's that zone, that particular zone, and I think he represents their the Islamic ideology of the general no one because I know even his father is a well-read Islamist. So there is this respect. He can do many things like that. He won't be afraid to do those things. Look, I just want to say that we shouldn't just pin it on him like until the government picks him. That is when the government can solve our problem. That the government know what they can do to solve our problem if they want to truly solve it. And it is not because of they have to pick him before we can move edge way. No, that is just my own argument.
We know that.
No, we know. Okay.
We know that we are not trying to pin it on him, but I think we just think if the government is actually ready to do anything, Gumi might actually be a starting point. Arresting Gumi might actually be a starting point to even start tackling these things. Because I think you need to go and put Gumi's interview, search on YouTube, and you will see how he speaks about these people. That is my own problem with him. If you are an apologist, it's different. This guy, he even tells government.
He's an apologist. He advocates for them. He's seen in their company, and he projects their. He champions their cause within the Nigerian space.
Exactly.
How much more?
The government sometimes
do you need?
Not
That
them.
if they go
For them
after
not to
them,
go.
they will get, they will see
I will
hell.
tell you. I will advise you not to go after them. Imagine.
Remember about the little girl you talked about yesterday? Remember about the little girl? Just a picture. Just a picture. She's in jail for that. Just a picture in her phone.
Okay, anyway, no problem. I get your point. I get your point, but I just want to say that the government, if they want to pick the bandits, if they want to, they don't even need Gumi to do whatever they will do. They are well sophisticated to that point to do it if they want to. But the fact that they interact with Gumi, the interface is just because they want this thing to continue like this, and it pays everybody one way or the other, except the people that suffer for it. In my own opinion.
All right. So back to you, RB.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Let me take you to another space. The Nigerians in Kenya and their experiences to that, RB.
I think you treat you're about to say something about Aja Obani, like you treat the dog of the king like the king, just like other panelists have said, is the way we treat our own self. People from the outside will look at us and feel like, oh, if they can do that to themselves, why not? Why can't we do that to them? So, and also, if you look at the Nigeria High Commission in different countries, I mean, for everybody in diaspora, what are your experiences? Why are these High Commission not functioning right? I mean, some of these people don't even live in Nigeria, but they still treat a regular Nigerian in diaspora. When you make appointments and all this stuff, they still act like they Nigeria. So something is wrong with us, and that's why people from the outside are seeing us that way. I don't know if you've seen this video of this Kenyan, one of their politicians, making some kind of jokes about Nigerian minister and somebody from some Asian country, that they are 100% of the project is in the Nigerian minister's house, why 10% is in the Asian minister's house. Like they went to each other's country within 2 years. It was just making fun of Nigerian corrupt politician in their own country, and everybody was laughing. It's almost like you say the name Nigeria, everybody just say, oh, whatever, the corrupt country or something. So I mean, people like us or other Nigerians who go out of Nigeria are only being treated like the way the country is being projected. I think that's it. It's unfortunate.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Abi. So Abi, for time, let me go on from you to Emiloko as we start to make sure every voice is heard. So Emiloko, to you, and we start you off with the Sheikh Gumi's flunky that was arrested in Egypt to call Mamu.
Yeah, woman, but I still don't get it. Is it that the guy is on the wanted list in Nigeria?
Well, it's clearly wanted by the authorities because they listed the warrant for him, and it went from the DSS to military intelligence, and everybody wanted him. That just seems to be the case.
Okay. Basically, so if everybody wanted him on security, national security basis, and then he traveled out of the country, that means that there are helpers within the system who aided him to get out of this country. Because I can guarantee you, if they are truly looking for him, he would not travel out of that country. I don't know, maybe he might have traveled by road. Maybe, I don't know. But if truly flew out of Nigeria, then there must be helpers who aided his journey out of the country seamlessly like that. And I think that's where the government need to focus on that. How did you get out of our country, and who are the helpers? Because if the government don't tackle that, then it is basically a shite play. It is basically a house in the paper, a paper house. That is it, basically. Because how can you say you are looking for somebody and he flew out of a Nigerian airport, international airport, where his records, there's no way you travel out of this country that that your details won't flash one way or the other. If it is within the customs, if you have to pass through those people, the immigrations, you get all the point. So how come that he did that so successfully? So it's because he was hated within the system. So that means there are some apologists within the system who are interfacing with the government as government agents, yet they are simply helping the people. And these are the kind of people that make the system look so incapable, because they are the leak. They leak into the, whatever the governments are planning, they simply leak it to the other side. So if they are coming just past this way, these are these people.
All right. So the guy being arrested is one
Yeah.
of Sheikh Gumi's top aides. So
Yeah.
are we suggesting that this guy is acting independently of his principle, or should the government now begin to place that focus that the whole of Nigeria have been wanting them to place on Sheikh Gumi? So yeah.
You as I said earlier, that the government have more than enough information to pick Gumi right now, if they want to pick him. So if they haven't picked him, it's not because they are looking for evidence to pick him, or maybe it's just basically they don't have any reason to pick him, or it's also doing their bidding. That's just it. Because you can't tell me that should they start to now look towards Gumi's side. No, an average person wants, we have all said, based on our sentiment, that should be looked towards, even to call and ask questions. But if that's not the case, so no big deal with that. But it's not because of what this guy has just done that they should now start to shine their torchlight on Gumi. No, they have more than enough reasons to have done that in the past. So it's either that this guy is also acting independently, or or there is a wider conspiracy that involves Gumi, and simply the government just doesn't want to do anything about it. And because now that he's outside of the country, and maybe there are some offenses out, maybe in Egypt, for example, that made him to be caught there. So finally they have to show their face and say, oh, we too are looking for him, and just to cover the faces, like, oh, so as a government we are trying our best to, because it won't speak, it won't speak well of you as a government that you are that the person you are freeing, just like the issue of the was it not Alamesia, or who was that the government freed of corruption in Nigeria, only for that person to have a corruption judgment in London to go to prison. You get the point. So it's simply a show of shame to the government, to the Nigerian government. So I guess that is why they are trying to hide their face and say, oh, we've been looking for him as well. And if they are trying, has it been extradited to Nigeria?
It has been. The DSS says it's in their custody.
Oh well, all fine and good. I hope they will do justice to the situation and act the way they should act.
Well, they said they released
You all
him.
know,
They said they released him.
Who said that?
So,
check the news. It's no longer
so
under. Yes, they released
we
him.
all know. You see, can you see now? So
I'm not sure about that. That's not.
No, I'll look up it and
yeah.
I won't be surprised if that is the case, because we all know that can 99% be the case. You get the point. Except if the guy acts on his own independently, that he becomes a scapegoat to the government. But if that is not the case, I can guarantee you will be left alone. And if that,
I'm not sure that they will release him that quickly. If they've gone through the trouble of using Interpol to arrest him and extradite him, it cannot then be only to release him within 24 hours of all of that. That doesn't sound like
Okay, well, if I understand correctly, that means that it was the Nigerian government that even served the information out within the Interpol space that, oh, we are looking for this particular person.
Yes.
And if that's the case, then all fine and good. I think they should do with him whatever the law requires, and I hope that it's not part of the larger game, larger scheme of things that they normally do. So because it doesn't make sense how you are looking for somebody and he left Nigeria, and you are telling me you don't know. so it is just crazy, and that is why I'm trying to hammer that. They have to trace the line, the line of help that he got that made him leave Nigeria so seamless like that without notice. They have to trace that line and make sure that they get every person involved, because that's how you start to stop the rot. Otherwise, it will still continue like that. You can't make just one person a scapegoat and others continue to live their life the same way. So you don't really correct anything.
All right, brilliant. And to the 12-year-old pure water boy that has chosen the hush puppy path as a career option. So what are you making of that? The 12-year-old boy,
yeah. Oh man, look, that is part of our problem in Nigeria, and of course, might say maybe poverty led us into that, but greed has sustained us into that space. So, because one way or the other, they would have made enough money to set up something legitimate that we require that sweat, but at least we also serve them a level of decency and respect. But because that is just it, everybody from poverty will become greedy, and that's just what you see. And as I've heard a lot of people's stories on the platform, how and it happens to everybody, especially if if you've stayed in Lagos for a while. There was a time I was at Beggar. I saw this lady, this old, not a lady, a woman in maybe a 45, 50, that range, dressed like the normal traditional Yoruba woman, Buba, clean, so gentle and respectable like that. She came and she met me at the bus station and said, "Oh, please, brother, I'm going to Lagos, what do you call it, Victoria Island. I need money. I don't have money and this and that." I didn't give her, but as she was going, my mind was like, maybe that could be an angel, all those kind of ideas. But the third day, you can't believe that same spot. This woman came again to meet me. Thank God I didn't give her that money that time. She came again and said the same story. I was like, "Madam, come, have you forgotten me?" They even forget so easily because when it is business, they meet. Maybe they have planned to meet 1,000 people. So, and they know in 1,000, maybe 300. Of course, in that same 1,000, they would have met some people, maybe like 100, 200, who are the same persons. But there's no law to pick them up. Lagos, they won't do anything, So, and this is just a part of the crazy thing. You even all these beggars, there was a time of there used to be a lot of Hausa beggars, northern beggars. Let me put it that way. You know that these people, they build houses and they will name their houses Owo, something that sounds like Owo Omogo. Like Ogo, because people are so gullible to be empathic, and they prey on that goodness of people, and they make good fortune. We have a school group where somebody came in, and you begin to beg every person in that WhatsApp group, send them message that, hey, Nigeria is so bad that and before there was that I had to call up the name of that person and say, come, what is happening? Why will you be doing this? Funny thing is that if you and your wife are in that same group, you will tax your wife, he will tax you, he will tax the friend. So before this guy is making more money than almost everybody in the group monthly. So it is just a crazy thing, and for a 12-year-old boy, that is even much sad, because not that maybe of course, a 12-year-old in Nigeria is smart now, but it's because he was taught.
Do you think you can still survive in Nigeria, Emelokon? Do you think you can survive it?
Oh man, when you see it's crazy. It is our own. What are we going to do? But for me, maybe not Lagos. I don't really fancy Lagos as a place. Maybe a place in like Ibadan. Yes, you get the point. Where I think there's a level of sanity. Fine, but you see, Lagos to me is just too crazy. So but the system in Nigeria, everything is messed up. You feel so tired, and you feel frustrated. That is the point. So I don't think I can even put my mind there to survive. But of course, it is a land we have to. If you lean on the upper, that's one way or the other. So it is like that, one man. So it is just the system. It is what it is. The boy is making the school, and I believe that money is given. Do you know all these? I don't know, all these Orisha women. They will wear white. They will begin to put their sheke in their hands. A lot of them will leave from Abeokuta as married women, and you won't know that they are going to Lagos to go and train to Yaoshun, Ya, and they begin to to do all those things and pray. And people are also who love this religion. They begin to give something, and that's how they make their living in the day, and they go back again to their space.
My brother, they even scare people to give them money.
You see, so you can imagine. You can imagine. We talk of corporate beggars, people will suit up, tie up, tell you, oh, my vehicle is there, I just couldn't get a fuel, and everybody's just doing everything to live, but only that greed is just a problem. Once you do it for a while, no problem. Just go and try and set up something legitimate and put in your sweat and earn good return. But no, it is the one of the easiest way to make money, and there's no shame. There's no shame in that country again. Nothing, no reason to shame again. Oh man, it is crazy. It's crazy. I hope it changes one day. I hope things get better. It's just crazy.
All right, brilliant. I was going to go to Henry, but I think we lost him, and I was rather looking forward to it. It looks like a new voice. So, Henry, if you are still there,
is that the old topic one, man?
Which do you want to speak on? You've spoken on Sheik Gumi. Have you spoken on the Kenyan police brutalizing?
I haven't spoken on that.
All right. So to that, yeah.
Yes, and to that one, man.
Yeah.
Look, Nigerians, we need to talk to ourselves. We need to talk to ourselves. We do too much in the name of Nigeria. You get the point. We do too much. We want to try and rule the place. Look, it is wise to sometimes appear as if you are not an person, rather than you want to show. And look, to the point that if you travel, there are some places you get to, once a year you ask them, they ask you, are you Nigerian? You said yes. Do you know that they start seeing you as money back? Like if you want to buy maybe food there, they expect you to tip more. The way they will even give you that service, you ask yourself, what is happening? And they will praise you. They will begin to say good things about Nigeria. Because why? Because Nigerians, on the average, they tip. They don't even know the size of the money. So we simply live to show on the average, and that thing is what is killing. You want to show, you want to make people feel you're Nigerian, you want to take pride in that. It's not necessary, especially in a land that is not yours. No, where I am, I try my best not to even argue on things that I know that was meaning. No, I won't talk to you too much for you to say, oh, you want to fight me. If I say you are too much arrogant, I will even apologize and then leave. Because I realize that sometimes I even deny I'm Nigerian. Oh, you sound Nigerian. Oh, I'm from West Africa, but we sound almost alike. So
what country do you usually claim? You claim Ghana, B?
Yes.
Why?
Look,
because of the sort of experiences that we are discussing now.
Ghanaians want to be Nigerians,
You don't get the point.
It's just you. It's just who you are, to be honest. A lot of people like Nigerians, even though some Nigerians are stupid.
No, I'm not
but
saying
you don't have to take that away from yourself.
I'm not saying they don't like Nigeria, and I'm not saying I'm not acting Nigeria. But in certain situations where that it's not necessary for you to know if I'm Nigerian or not, because on the average, once they begin to ask you, "Are you Nigerian?" There's already if I ask, "Okay, I'm Ghanaian," but I begin to question you, you say, "Oh, those Nigerians, they are too proud." You begin to you now see the emotions behind the question. So
you see, I don't answer that question often instances myself as well, in order to avoid those sort of conversations. Because when people say where are you from, I usually just tell them where I live. I say I'm from Kent. They say where are you from originally? I say I've just and then I turn it into a conversation that they have to back out of. Only because if you tell them you're Nigerian, they'll say, "Oh, Nigerians are," and then you start to go back and forth in some ludicrous, meaningless, nonsensical,
Exactly, and it can be crazy. It can be crazy. You hear some people.
I feel like sometimes people are looking at your personality, and when they hear you are Nigerian, it makes them get the understanding. This is another Nigerian. So if they see you as a good person, it gives them another impression of Nigerian. If you get what I'm trying to say.
Yes, that there is that. But what I find is that people tend to, people see other people in snapshots. So if they know that you're Nigerian, then they will want you to be like whichever Nigerian they've had interactions with in their own life at some point. So they'll say to you Nigerians are like this or are like that. And if you are not like that, they don't acknowledge that, like in whichever society they are from, Nigeria also has several stratas of society which shapes the sort of person that you are. If you come from a professional academic background, you'll be completely different from somebody that comes from a trader background. If you come from a literate background, but they don't acknowledge all of those nuances. So they expect you to be as whoever they knew in just some fleeting moments. And then it gets into some sort of atrocious back and forth that is just often tedious, It's just, sometimes it's just not worth the effort,
Yeah, it is that crazy, woman. It is that crazy. It is that crazy. And but we just need to talk to ourselves. We need to I think that's just the best thing. And people should just temper, they should mellow down. If you are even making your money, you don't have to too much show that you're making it like that in a no man's land. You get the point. There are some things you don't need to. In some places, Nigeria will go to the bar. You know that that's the Nigerian drinking.
And they will make sure barman come here,
You know that's the table, woman. The table will be full of bottles. Not you, and you even buying drinks for other people. You get the point. And these are things that ladies will like. So before ladies get to attach with those people, and those ladies, they have their own men who are also in that bar. So eventually, you become enemies with those guys because those guys can't do what you're doing. They can't buy the drinks. They can't fend the ladies. They can't, you get all those things. But you see the Nigerian, especially where 2 or 3 of them gather. Woman.
But there is nothing really bad in that.
Look,
if you're having fun, is their problem now? Is their problem?
You can see what we are talking about. Look.
All right. Well, in their country, if they don't want you doing it, then it's your problem.
There is nowhere. It is only the only people that envy Nigerians when you do that are other African countries. When you are in a bar and you buy drinks, white people don't. Most white people don't send
forget
you.
the white people. Nobody's interested in that. We're talking about Kenya and what they want and don't want. They don't want
It's people in Kenya that are doing that. But if you are like in England or in America and you're doing that, nobody will do anything.
But we're not talking about
that's what I'm saying. It's countries like that.
Let me give you this paragraph. It says the distressed Nigerian who moved to Mombasa a few months later to pursue a program disclosed to correspondents that on the 19th of March 2022, a set of 4 police officers who chose to hide their identities invaded his house, claiming they were determined to clamp down on Nigerians dating Kenyan women, an attitude he described as xenophobic. So, of course, if that experience for that particular guy a bit excessive, but what they are saying essentially is what Emilio just described. You come in there, you crowd their space, you out loutish and use their women. So you just have to adapt. But Emilio rounded that space, and then I want to go on to rational mind. Yeah.
That is it from man. We have to be gentle. We have to play by the rules of other people, even if that rule doesn't necessarily suit us. We need to adjust ourselves because apparently we adjusted ourselves by leaving our homes to that no man's land. So it is necessary, it is wise for us to play by their rule and not to be overly excessive, not to show
and I don't even think they object to you dating their women. It's just the loud and the brash and the loutish way that and then you rub it in their face and you just act,
Exactly. Funny thing is that most of the time dating these women, of course, the average Nigerian is you tend to care more. But especially if you are now looking for maybe a document from them and all those kind of things, you want to really show how much caring you are and those things. So you outperform their normal guys, and that is the problem. So they begin to use you as standards for them, and these people are different culture wise, life wise, and all those things. So we have to just play by their book. It is wise to do that. But if we don't play by their books, eventually we begin to see this kind of problem, and that is what we are seeing today. Such that the person who created the problem he won't be the one to even face the problem. It will not be an innocent person that knows nothing about it. He'll be the one to just to reap the rewards of those things. You get the point? So we just have to play gentle. I urge people, please play gentle. It's not necessary that they should know that, oh, you are the almighty Nigerian. No. If you want to speak to the argument,
is that oppressor? You know,
yes.
you have to oppress. You know,
You want
everywhere
to
you
you
go.
speak to their women, their women now begins to follow you up and down and say, oh, Nigerians are good. They are this and that. You've seen videos online. You hear of ladies saying, oh, they prefer the Nigerian women. I mean, they prefer the Nigerian men. This and that. You know, all these things. And this enmity is already, look at, even if our people sink, if
I do want to start to move it on.
And I just want to chip in something quickly. Yeah. To me, it's people that go to all this country that I blame anyway. But I just feel Nigerians, you don't even have to make noise or do anything. I think the way we carry ourselves actually intimidates other Africans, kind of, especially the men's. I think it's the way you don't have to say anything sometimes before they hate you. I've lived in Birmingham before. I know how the Cameroonians, the Zimbabweans look at us. You are not even doing anything, but they just, because you're just Nigerian, it's just the way we carry ourselves sometimes. It's not that somebody has really done anything. Just because that you are Nigerian, the way you carry yourself with confidence and you are just there doing your thing, the way you are dressed, they will just hate you for that. So sometimes it's not even by loudness. It's just the way we carry ourselves sometimes.
But at least the ones we can, the thing that we have influence to adjust. Let us try and adjust. That's just my own point.
Yes, I think we have to carry a lot of the blame for, you know, maybe not all of the blame, but certainly a lot of it, because the way we carry ourselves, whatever it is, if we're robbing people up the wrong way, you know, and especially going to all these funny places to take their babes, you know, it's never a good idea. It's just never is.
Yeah, it is not. It is not.
All right. Let me play you this clip that rounds off that space. I'm just watch this.
Okay. Right, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Umbalo Suntolo Omolono. I'm from South Africa. I will have to tell you the reason why our South African men are killing the Nigerian men. This is because the Nigerian men are very good. They are gooder than the South African men. Our South African men, they don't take care of us more than the way the Nigerian men do. The Nigerian men give us money for hair, for food, for clothes. So, but the South African men are selfish. Nigerian men, they are not selfish. They take care of us very well. So that is why the South African men are angry, because all the beautiful ladies are now going after the Nigerian men. When you chase and date a Nigerian man, you enjoy your life. But we date the South African men and we are suffering. Nigerian men are taking good care of us and they have money. And we a lot of South African women are leaving our husbands because of Nigerian men. That is why they are killing the Nigerian men, because our men are jealous and they are scared. Nigerian men have taken all their women from them. So nobody wants to lose his girl to a Nigerian man. They are scared because Nigerian guys are ballers. Nigerian guys are your ballers. They have money. They spend money on women. They buy clothes, do jewelries, they do things, they buy car, they call Uber for us. So now we have to tell you, South African men, leave Nigerian men alone for us. They are making us happy. They are making us happy. Stop killing them. We don't want to be alone. We don't want you. On behalf of all the South African women, we reject all the South African men. We want Nigerian men in our life. Nigerian men are too sweet to get over.
And there it is. So if they say that they don't want their own men and they want Nigerian men, then that tells you then that get out of town. Get out of town.
Just to conclude that space, do you know there was a lady that showed me something that come. The moment you taste a Nigerian man, you wouldn't want to go back.
This is it. Once you go black, you don't go back. That's it. Once you go Nigeria, you don't go back.
One man.
Is that not what they say? Once you go black, you don't go back.
One man.
All right. So thank you for that. Let's take the conversation on to rational mind. So rational mind to that space. Yeah. Who's that? Oh, so rational mind to that space. Then the Sheik Gumi flunky that has now flunked into the hands of the DSS.
I was trying to look for that article there where I read it. I've not been able to find it.
It's fake news, isn't it? But carry on.
So maybe I won't be able to say maybe it's been released or not, but I think I saw it, but I'm not too sure since I've not been able to find it. So anyway, I think everybody has said so many things about the situation that we just saw today with the guy. I think they said the guy is he's a journalist that works for one of those daily times. I mean, what's the name of that? One of those northern newspaper. The Daily Trust. I think Daily Trust. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you see, I won't able to speak much on that for now until I see how the whole thing evolves, how it develops, the development around it. But I think they're sending a message to Gumi as well that we are getting closer to you, to catching you. You know, if the guy is sent to be his aide, he works with Gumi, and then if he works with Gumi, then what does that tell us? That they are inching in on Gumi on some maybe whatever they have evidence or whatever. But then the guy said he has done nothing. He said his only crime was that they asked him to go negotiate the release of some other people hostage, and he said he's not going to get himself involved anymore. Ever since then, the Nigerian government has been on his heels. This was a man who left the airport. I think somebody said they didn't know. No, they knew. Because at the airport, they have DSS. They have virtually every of those security agencies out there. DSS, DMI, whatever they call it. They have them all there at the airports. Some of those people you see that are plain clothes sometimes at the airport, they work for the Nigeria security agencies. So so definitely it would have been on the radar. They would have known that he's but then why would they have allowed him? Are they trying to send some message to Gumi, or are they trying to tell us that we are working? It's not only just Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho, anybody that is found. But these are the same people that we heard about the so-called people, 200 or 300 people they said that were sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria. But to this very day, they've not disclosed, they've not made known to us their names. So what is all this? When you put all this thing together, what are they trying to achieve by this latest development around this Gumi'S Aide? Well, we have to just see how it. I'm just throwing all of this out there for us to understand. What's one thing about the Nigerian Buhari's government is that it's very good at disguising things that they want to do, what they intend doing. I've noticed that with Buhari's government administration. Sometimes if he wants to do something, there's something cooking that they want to do. Usually they send a message. See, some of us to really read it, some of them are very good at reading, but sometimes some of the things they send out to us is so confusing in itself that we don't even really know where they're going with it. And you just hear that something has been done. But what is it? Well, for me, I just have to wait and see what it is that they are trying to achieve with this. But I don't see anything the guy has done. If really what the guy said was his only crime was that airports go negotiate. But he said, no, I'm not going to negotiate. I'm done with this. I'm not going to do this anymore. And he left for, as I said, he was going to Saudi Arabia. And then they stopped him on the way. Was it that they have some kind of intelligence that he was part of the criminal organization of this banditry with Gumi and all of them? Or is it that he's going to negotiate with some terrorists in in the Middle East or what? Well, we're yet to see. We're yet to just. These are so many things that you can just ponder over, and you just think that might be possibilities too. But that they never knew when he left Nigeria, that is a lie. They knew, because there's no way if the guy left, how were they able to trace him to okay, maybe because they use Interpol. Because I was like wondering that, okay, if you guys know that this guy is not in the country, how did you know that he left the country? There's no way they could have known that he left the country, even though that they saw him leave the country. And if they have used the Interpol to arrest him, and maybe they've spoken to the Interpol in Egypt to get him arrested, then they knew when he left. Or were they sleeping? No, so I want to believe that they knew, but they're trying to send a message. That's what I think it is. Yeah.
You mean they orchestrated it for the reasons of signaling to Gumi and his
I think so.
And his fellow bandits,
yeah,
and enablers.
It could be that they saw something entirely different from maybe Gumi they're trying to achieve. Maybe the church, because what I just noticed about about Buhari's administration, or the governor, style of governance is that sometimes when he wants to do certain things, he will just do something, they'll throw it out there, just to scramble our head, scramble our brain, just for us to, not to know exactly where he's going with this. At the end of the day, we just hear that something was done that is related to it. So that's what that's for me, that's how I've read the politics of Buhari and his goons. So yeah, that's just all I have to say as to that.
All right, brilliant. And to the Nigerian experience in Kenya, so the Kenyan police use NSAS and other atrocities in Nigeria as justification for assault killing of Nigerian nationals. So we treat you as you treat yourself. This seems to be the experience of Nigerians in Kenya.
I think somebody was saying that something. I know somebody was using the Yoruba. I think Yoruba was that we Nigerians, Yoruba people will say "ani eron." That's hatred. We always viewed as a menace to whatever we live. They view us with suspicion. People don't really, when they hear you're Nigerian. But I was taking a look because I was looking at the people that made up that the consulate, the High Commission in Kenya, in Nairobi. I'm not surprised at what I'm hearing coming out from there. The ambassador is Yusuf Yunusa. And if you look at it, the composition of the people who manage that, the High Commission, the people who hold the biggest, who holds the real, I know the consular officer is no doubt the Southern and the Christian, for what I'm seeing here, which is, that would have been the work of a consular officer is to, in any country where they represent, is to see to the affairs of their own citizen. But if you look at the composition, you see Umar Bapa as a finance attaché, but I know they did not put, and I know one of the guys there must have been the defense attaché there, which I suspect would be the admin attaché, which is CD Ali Usman. So when you look at the composition, I'm not too surprised. Why? I mean, you see, we talk about a few hours. The
Malams, Abi, the Malams.
Exactly. Exactly. It's just terrible how these people. We're talking about the quota system the other day, and then imagine these people are not well read. Well, I don't know how the kind of education they receive over there. I mean, I've lived there before.
They do Quranic education.
Not just that. They are not well thoroughly educated. A lot of them they go into higher institutions with cut-off marks that are not really up to standard, and they set a bar that's higher for us in the south. But they from the north, their bar is so low that when they get in there, they look at it that they don't even need to academically really work harder to improve themselves. So why are we not seeing all this mediocrity in every part of the sector of Nigeria? Look at the NNPC. If you look at the list of people in the NNPC, they are all Hausas. They're all Hausas. I mean, I'm from Mele Kyari to the wherever there, it's all Hausas. I'm not saying there are no Southerners there, but the composition of that place is almost 60%, if not 70% of Hausas. Why would we not be seeing the kind of services we're getting from NNPC? So you see, the point is this: when you have a very, very uneducated, educated elites like the one we have from the north. That is why we get the kind of mediocrity we see in the governance, the style of governance. So it boils down to, I'm not saying that any of the High Commission or embassies or missions abroad that are manned by Southerners are not as corrupt or not as nonchalant as this other one we saw in Kenya. But the point is, I'm trying to say is that I've seen that it's a country that, because I've lived in many countries before, and usually any country where I live, if it's a smaller country, not like here in the United States, I make sure that I know the consular officer that is in that High Commission. So I usually notice that. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm not too surprised. You see, we can see the style of governance in Nigeria, whereby the life of an average Nigerian doesn't matter to the president. It doesn't. When he hears somebody dies, a world leader, or something happened in another country, he will start sending condolences. He will be saying that, oh, I'm so grieved that you people, you lost your, but your own country, you really even, send condolences to your subjects. That's to tell you the kind of how they are from that
subjects, fellow citizens. We are not his subjects.
well, I'm just using the word subject because he started himself as an emperor now. That's what he started himself. That's why I'm just using it. And if we're not subject actually, but I'm just saying that he sees himself as an emperor that doesn't need to show emotion. He doesn't need to show that he shows that he's a strong man. That's how that's the posture of Buhari. We'll be seeing him, the way he carries himself, like he's a dictator or whatever he is. He thinks of himself. So the point I'm just trying to make is that the Nigeria that we see today is the way it is because we have these mediocres from the south, no doubt too, from the north especially, who are in governance. That is why we're finding ourselves in this mess that we find ourselves. Why can't you take care of your own citizens? Look at when we were talking about Ukraine the other day. Even in South Africa, that happened in South Africa. You know how long it took them before they could intervene into the South Africa matter? How they killed our boys and our girls, especially our boys, our men in South Africa. So why must they have to wait? There's what we call citizen diplomacy in international in diplomacy, international relation, citizen diplomacy. Most countries they do that. I'm sure United Kingdom does that, but the United States does that a lot. Your citizens, you have to protect them. Their interest abroad. That is why you have these missions. You have these embassies abroad to not just represent the country there, but your citizens that lives there, you make sure that their welfare is taken care of. But when you have people like this, mediocres like this, who are there as the head of a chancery or the head of a mission, which is not even doing anything, doesn't care about what happens. In fact, I think I read another article that says that even the embassy staffs were even complicit in the maltreatment of these Nigerians in Kenya. So it's if we don't get, if the head is not right, the whole body is not going to be right. That was the point I was making to what's his name, DOJ, that the reason why Nigerians are more focused on the president is that they believe that whoever becomes the president, because Nigeria president is not the most powerful president in the whole world. When I mean powerful in the sense that it has absolute power to change things. That's why a lot of people think that we need to get somebody there who is the head that would change the whole things, that would bring about a reform in every strata of the life of Nigeria, the governance style and everything, so that if we can get it right from that top, and it trickles down, whereby we streamline the whole thing to real governance, to the local government. When I mean real governance, no graft, whereby some people will steal money through some kind of project or whatever. That's the side of governance we want. But I know it's an illusion. It's a dream for us. So for me, just to conclude with what I'm concluding on that, for me, it all boils down to who becomes our head. So whoever is a head, it usually tells how the rest of the body will be. So that's why I'm not surprised when I pull up this the profile of the people there who were in charge of the Nigerian High Commission there. I found out that these are the people, the couple of people there. I just find out but I'm not too surprised.
All right, brilliant. And to the young entrepreneur, the water seller that is following the hush puppy career path, a 12-year-old boy with an ambition.
Well, man, it's Jafar is here. All right, Jafar, I will see to you later. Anyway, so yeah, you see the level of poverty in that country has. I mean, we're not saying it doesn't happen. Like some of you already said here, even in developed countries, like even here in America, you see. I mean, when I first came to the United States many years ago, and I was driving around at an intersection, and I saw people begging. I was like, whoa! Even here in America, people begging, even with their kids. They were there by the road begging, like, I mean, is this America or where am I? You know, I was asking the question. You know, people call it panhandling. Is that what they call it, panhandling? They were panhandling and then begging for people to give them money. In fact, so they write it on some kind of board and just hold it on the intersection. I'm this and that. I'm a veteran. I have mental issue, but I can't walk, whatever. And then people will start giving them money. You know, even yesterday, I just saw one. I just saw one yesterday when I was driving. So, I mean, I see them virtually every day I drive when I drive down an intersection. So it's not just a Nigerian thing, but Nigeria is getting worse in the sense that if a child of that age, like you showed us, can be, resorting to that kind of deception just to make money, it tells us a lot we need to know that we're in a mess in that country. We're already building. This is the next generation. If this kind of a child at this age could be doing this, you can imagine if he grows up, what is going to become. These are the people we're looking like. We call them leaders of tomorrow. When he gets there, if the kind of person becomes the head of state, what will he not do? Will he not sell that country out just for his own pocket? Or he becomes a governor or he becomes a commissioner or becomes whatever. Or maybe he just finds himself in some company where he becomes the head of it. I mean, this is what the country has. I mean, we've messed up that country to the point that, in my own view, in my own opinion, I don't think it is irreformable, because that country is being messed up educationally. People are messed up. People do not even take. I mean, education this time around doesn't even matter to people anymore. If a child like that could be, I mean, all it cares about is using deception to make money by, faking up whatever that is pure water was stolen or it was brought, he bought everything and then he needs money. I mean, and he's be doing that every day, and somebody had to call him out on that. That's to tell, and that's just one example of so many kids that are out there in the streets doing all kinds of crap. You know, I mean, they're too young for that. They should be in school. They should be taken care of by their parents. But when the parents cannot even take care of them, even they can't even take care of their own self, how much more take care of their kids or their own kids? That is what that country has brought on its citizens. So what is the point of the country then? That is one of my arguments here on your platform, man. What is the point of a Nigeria when the Nigeria does not work for the average Nigerians? Not even this time around. Even so-called people who are middle class now, they are also lamenting. Even some very very wealthy people are lamenting too. Wealthy people are lamenting because their business they're no longer doing their business like they used to do anymore. So if that could be the case, what are we talking about? So for me, the future looks so bleak for that country, and I see that it's at this point I see it as beyond reform, because if a country should allow its the state of affairs to degenerate to the point that it is right now, or it's only going to take a real grace of God to turn this around. If at all it can ever be turned around, that's why I have to say one line.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So well put. So we seek to start to round off to land on Thomas, and we kick it off. So thank you, gentlemen, all for your company. Only to say to the audience, click on the like button, and if you're not already subscribed, please do that. We do this every single day, and all that is required from you is to make sure that you are subscribed and you click on the like button every time you come in. So we seek to start to round off. We kick it off with Emilokon to land on Thomas. So Emilokon, that time of the session again. Emilokon.
Hello, man.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just trying to adjust myself. Well, I want to say thank you for the kind of topics you bring on the platform, and thank you to the panelists that spend their time also, and also the listeners. So, but I want to urge everybody that even though Nigeria looks like it is irredeemable at this time, we should still try our best to keep hope alive, And by doing so, we should just please advise our people to get their PVCs. They should try and vote and make sure that their votes count. It doesn't matter who they vote for, but they should just ensure that they vote and their votes count. And gradually, you begin to make the difference. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So well put. So let's go on from Emilokon to Progressive, who I suspect may not be with us anymore. The Progressive, are you still there? All right, yes, it's probably gone to bed. So have a good night, the Progressive. So let's go on from the Progressive to Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, you're up.
Yeah, well, man, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Everybody, please, if you're yet to subscribe. Like the sessions, and also you can share if it's not too late, or perhaps you can later invite people over. So anyway, yeah, one man, I must thank you, and thanks to the other people that came, the other panelists. Well, in conclusion, for me, it's just why I usually like to come here to talk is, like Kulata said, I believe in a mono-ethnic country where we can all understand ourselves. I'm not saying that it can't work if we're diverse like we have in Nigeria, but the point is the situation in that country right now is so unique in a way that I think that defy all logic and all every possible solution, in the sense that it's so deep rooted that there's certain things that are very deep rooted that it's going to take. I mean, we heard the former army chief was the BRUTALISE, and I think another person said it recently too. Another army general too said it recently that it's going to take like 30 years to defeat Boko Haram. When he first said that, I was like, I couldn't really believe. But when he gave his reason, I could understand. Another general said the same thing, repeated the same thing. So it tells you that we're in a mess. So how are we going to be waiting? I mean, how long do we have to live that we have to waste another 30 years of our life grappling with insecurity in that country? I mean, not just at the level we have seen like this before in that country. So for me, like I keep saying, it's time for every one of us to come. If we cannot bring about have a dialogue and bring about a kind of a new governance style that will work for us, I think better things for us, we just go our separate ways. Because if we continue managing this situation the way it is, we'll continue having the same results. We'll continue losing lives. People will continue living in misery, abject poverty. And some people will be laughing to the banks. And whatever they will be coming here and be crying and be making noise and be talking about how to work Nigeria, and people who are supposed to make it work are not listening to us. And if they don't even listen to us, can they even on their own look at the situation in that country and see how they can reform it? But they will not, because they know what they are making, how they benefit from the chaos in that country. So one man for me, like I also want to tell Kulata, maybe some other time, if I have the time, I will tell you why I believe Yoruba nation will be the only way. But like I just said it in one stretch, because mono-ethnic countries are easy to manage. It doesn't have to be big. We have Israel. Israel is an example. Very small country, but yet in the midst of many adversaries that are even bigger than them, but they're able to put them at bay. It doesn't have to be big. You can be small, yet be powerful. So the point is, for me, in conclusion, is that I'm not saying Yoruba nation is a panacea. It's not going to solve all the problems that we all have, but it's going to be more manageable. We're going to limit it to our own thieves, and we'll prosecute them. There will be no, is it because I'm an Igbo man? Is it because I'm an Hausa man? No, it will not be there. Well, man, thank you very much. We hope to see you guys in the next session.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So brilliant. Well put. So thank you to Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, the final word to Thomas. Thomas from down under. Thomas, you all right, mate? Oh, look at that. Thomas has disappeared on us. So thank you, Thomas. So thank you for your company today. So in the absence of Thomas, then let me have the final word, or let Ahizon have the final word. So Ahizon has the final word to say. He says, one man, you should start asking people what they can do to improve the situation. So that is to say that doom and gloom all the time But really, what is your pathway out of it is really what Aison is asking. So by that question, so don't tell me what the problem is. I know the problem. You tell me what the solution is. But I suppose it is in the discussion of the totality of it that we arrive at some sort of a solution. So there it is. It's ebbed and flowed to land at this port. The usual protocol are so not all protocols observed, though, as they say in Nigeria. They like to say that a lot. All protocols observed. To His Excellency Chief Doctor, Senator, Mayor, Governor, and his wife, Dr. Mrs. and all protocols observed. So not all protocols observed this time around. You have to spell it out to invite that people click on the like button, which is the standard fare for every YouTube space that you go. No different here. We are not doing differently from anybody on that front. So click on the like button if you haven't already. If you're not already subscribed, so the way you know that you're not already subscribed, that you're not subscribed to the platform, is if the subscribe button is showing as red on your screen. So if the subscribe button is showing as red on your screen, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So to fulfill all righteousness, you click on the subscribe button to turn it gray. So having done that, then all righteousness has been fulfilled. So you can copy the link of the stream as well, because it then sits on the platform as a video. So you can watch it back, and you can even watch it back at your leisure. Or you can even do a playlist. It should be your listening, going to bed listening. The one man went to more streams. So rather than listening to some ridiculous radio program, just put a playlist of One Man Went to More as something that you use to ease yourself to sleep. So there it is, and there it has been. Here I am, but not for that much longer. So I'll leave it here. I'll carry conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.